Chapter 36:29. 12 people? Good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, "Since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander." Hyoji sneered. Could it be that Master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said, if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it, so the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled. Also, under the camp commander, there are still martial guards. Then, the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Zhengqing, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was just a part of the Bingshan army. The Bingshan army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way, but if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned. I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato, and the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many second or third order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally, they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this? I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, Poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, it's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army, but how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled, having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, how about this? Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, "That's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. "Master." Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. "Army Commander Yao, please calm down." Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "This should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao." She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xiaowei, Yingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Dumi, Qilian, Fu Ling, Li Jiao. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, he instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xiaowei, Yingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Dumi, and Qilian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now, these monster kings were all under the command of the 3 saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fu Ling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jiazi army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jiazi army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. These 2 were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the 2 of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jiazi army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many 3rd-grade Emperor Realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jiazi army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jiazi army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhangjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the 7 Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the 7 Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly, so why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jiazi army. While Yao Zhangjun was running around the Seven Mist Sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju. After spending a few days with his parents, the two of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Xiao and Qiongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Xiao would run away with Qiongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yen didn't feel at ease and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now, there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even with Qiongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside? Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Xiao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year, but he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 3630. Yang Xiao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yan, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Xiao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb, but Fu Dun was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Yang Xiao to the extreme and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her, otherwise she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Xiao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yen and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancient's wild ancient lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The wild ancient lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Luan Feng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the wild ancient lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the wild ancient lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move and had extracted its Divine Spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk, seemingly sleeping. Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose, and a sharp mouth, like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you? Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle and saw you killing everywhere, majestic and awe-inspiring." "Goo goo, what race are you from?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then, and this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master." No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, "I'm following my king's orders to guard the Blood Door." "Oh, right, my king said that this was an order from the Holy Masters." "You're the only one here?" "Just me, Goo Goo." Yang Kai glanced at his lower body. "How did you get injured?" The monster general replied proudly, "I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life. A leg in exchange for his life, it wasn't a loss at all. This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, my king asked me to come back and guard the blood door, so this lowly one came back. Yang Kai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder. Good job. The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do, but the matter of the blood door is also very important. Guard this place well, and if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the holy senior." "Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere." The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. "All right, I'm just here to take a look." Yang Kai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. "This lowly one will see you off, master." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yang Kai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of monster beasts monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th order monster beasts monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yang Kai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yang Kai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yang Kai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu, Fa2, had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yang Kai came here to send the great emperors off and apologize to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. But when Yang Kai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the Great Emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended mid-air, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shuijing Mao, and Xiao Yuyang, the 3 great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, It was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic chi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic chi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the five-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the five-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic chi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yu Yang and Xuezheng Mao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, "Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave." Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan? Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yang Kai angrily said, "Why didn't you stop her?" The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Xun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Xun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master, even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Xun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Xun knelt for several days, motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chen followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Xun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Xun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's bright moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Xun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save Junior Sister, please save Junior Sister. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yu Yang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him, Xiao Chen. At this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Xun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment, he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded, "I'll do my best." Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, "Is there really no one who can go in?" Lei Hong slowly shook his head, "No one can." Will the great emperors know about this? Now that there was a space crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, "Half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea." Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them, because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the Universe Tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. "Master?" The Universe Tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Sun was still inside, if the Universe Tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Sun would die of old age inside. Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wuhen kept staring at the Universe Tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wuhen looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Why are you standing here?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors and happened to see this." Zhan Wuhen smacked his lips. "I'm asking, why are you still standing here?" Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. "Get in," Zhan Wuhen said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said." He wanted to explain to Zhan Wuhen, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, "Too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the Universe Tower as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wuhen to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind. The great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the Universe Tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the Universe Tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace masters from the Emperor realm were stunned. Lan Sun had entered the Universe Tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Sun or persuade her to return, but Lan Sun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire Universe Tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Sun. But at this moment, after Zhan Wuhen threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the Universe Tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhan Wuhen in surprise. With Zhan Wuhen's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wuhen seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in, don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and grinned, "This king means that even I can't enter." Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhan Wuhen, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhan Wuhen changed the topic, but that will inevitably damage the Universe Tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months. A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the Universe Tower, so why did Palace Master Yang? What do you think? Zhan Wu Hen smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the world will of the great emperors Mingyu. The Universe Tower was refined by the great emperors Mingyu, so no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperors Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the world will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the Universe Tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhan Wu Hen saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the Universe Tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So, Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the Universe Tower?" "Did I say that?" Zhan Wu Hen slowly shook his head. "He can go in, but the Universe Tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun. Then what should we do?" Lei Hong, Xiao Yuyang, and the others' faces changed. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhan Wu Hen said solemnly, "Anyway, as long as the Universe Tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. "But what if the Universe Tower leaves before that?" Zhan Wu Hen smiled. "If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique, so are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it." Chapter 36-32. 100 years, 1,000 years. Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either, but if it was 1,000 years or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way," Zhan Wu Hen waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their Emperor Qi and retreated. The five-colored light on the Universal Tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the Universal Tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War Flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhan Wu Hen's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War Flag meant that Zhan Wu Hen had gone all out, which showed how magical the Universal Tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhan Wu Hen had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the Universal Tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the Universal Tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire Universal Tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhan Wu Hen stood in front of the Universal Tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qianquan Pagoda by Zhan Wu Hen. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths, But who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react. Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground, there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the 5 elements in this world, fire. Yang Kai couldn't feel the existence of the other 4 elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and 2 horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange but majestic. Qilin, the ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yang Kai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than 1 Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Bai Li Mo and Yu Rumming had forced Bai Zhua and Bai Ye to him so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and 1 Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yang Kai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yang Kai's expression became strange. If there was only 1 Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yin-Yang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many Fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it, the phoenix race couldn't do it, no sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand and slashed at the Fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the Fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the Fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real Fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill it in 1 move, but for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yang Kai's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding Fire Qilins pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these Fire Qilins weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yang Kai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin-Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world, so naturally he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic warhammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic warhammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic warhammer. The strength of a half-saint was released and the fire chilants that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Bai Ya and Bai Zhua didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The two half-saint obeyed and started killing. With 3 half-saint protecting him, no matter how many fire chilants there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire chilan that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Bai Ya exclaimed, "Brother Bai Zhua, something's wrong." Bai Zhua nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire chilants, with 3 half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire chilants in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire chilants they killed, they would still pounce on them. The 2 half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire chilan, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. "What the hell is this place?" Bai Zhua smiled bitterly. The fire chilants weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the Earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire chilants was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained. The Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire chilants, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. "Brother Bai Zhua, come with me." Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Bai Zhua immediately followed after hearing this. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Bai Zhua solemnly said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Bai Zhua still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg, the Bai Feng. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire chilants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Bai Zhua were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Bai Zhua rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic chi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of Bai Fangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword chi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of Bai Fangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these Bai Fangs were like the fire chilants, They were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Bai Zhuo protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Bai Zhuo charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless Baifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Bai Zhuo saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Bai Ya, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic war hammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire Qilins chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of Baifangs. The fire Qilins stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire Qilins were in charge of the ground while the Baifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and Baifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Bai Zhuo. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Bai Ya. After a while, the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Baifang was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again, and this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saint did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory, and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward, his hands formed into knives, and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the 3 half-saint, "Let's go!" This damned place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Bai Ya and Bai Zhui used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then, it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames from the small world. Bai Zhui and Bai Ye did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Bai Zhui saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world? Bai Zhui looked at him in shock. "Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape?" "It should be." Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Bai Zhui and Boya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of, and if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Bai Zhui and Bai Ye were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger as soon as he came in made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Mingyu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-saint realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the Universe Tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire Universe Tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yang Kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the universe pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, while searching, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yang Kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yang Kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yang Kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the 2 people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3-half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiaochen did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yang Kai. Then she looked ahead, then she looked back at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yang Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yang Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here? Yang Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled. Thank you. It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yang entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yang Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yang Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yang Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yang Kai too much. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun. She really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm, only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent, but only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qinquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu, Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red, even though this was just a remnant soul. Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperors Mingyu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master! Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite, get up. Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed, this is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again. Ming Yu smiled slightly. Sun Er really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Ming Yu chuckled. Sun Er is my child, how could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the Universe Tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the Universe Tower. Ming Yu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the Universe Tower. Inside the Universe Tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier, so everything in the Universe Tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the 5-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Er broke into this place to refine the Universe Tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Er and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the Universe Tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the Universe Tower? Ming Yu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this Universe Pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Ming Yu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer, 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Ming Yu continued, the Qingquan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of 1 makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked curiously, how can it be missing 1? Ming Yu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only 1 missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing, but now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Ming Yu must have known about it at that time. Ming Yu smiled. You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Ming Yu shook her head and said, you won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qinkuan Tower once or complete the Qinkuan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions dream world, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis. But if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, "You have to rely on yourself." Rely on myself? Yang Kai was suspicious. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, "Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm?" Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe, but who knew that after entering this Universe Tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions dream world from here, causing the Universe Tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation, so Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the Sealed World Bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original Sealed World Bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. Can you do it? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself. Even if he didn't, for the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. "Master, do you think this can be used?" Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. "So you were prepared?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery?" It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested, there were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wu. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside, so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, no one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, "Can you use it?" "Naturally." Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wu come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wu and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wu. Yang Kai replied, "I just obtained it a few days ago." "That's really a coincidence." Mingyu smiled and nodded. "This will save us a lot of time. All right, you can leave the valley, you can't intervene in the matters here." "Master?" Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. "Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master." Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time, so Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 36:36. Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhang Wuhen had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperors personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War Flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the Great Emperors were here and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhang Wuhen couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the Great Emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhang Wuhen about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhang Wuhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhang Wuhen didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light, and rushed into Zhang Wuhen's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time and was completely resistant to Zhang Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War Flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War Flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai will not disappoint you." If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda. But what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "What about Her Highness?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it?" Xiao Yuyang frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the Universe Pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the Universe Pagoda. Now that the Universe Pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wu Hen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperor said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the Small Sealed World. As long as the matter of the Small Sealed World's territory was not resolved, the Sealed World bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the Demon Territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the Demon Territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor Realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor Realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic chi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor Realm was similar to that of Murong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Murong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor Realm was very vicious. When fighting with Murong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Murong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Murong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor Realm from the Demon Path had found a flaw and rushed towards Murong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic chi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Murong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Murong Xiao Xiao. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Murong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Chi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl at this moment broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Murong Xiao Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Murong Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples, and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Murong Xiao's cultivation. Even Murong Xiao understood this, so how could the Emperor Realm Master of the Demon Heavenly Path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. "You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Murong Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor Realm seemed to have seen through Murong Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Murong Xiao was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers. It was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed, the sword flowers were shattered. The hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Murong Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Murong Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the chi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Murong Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, two millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor realm, was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic chi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Murong Xiao Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor realm, fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. Two groups of people, two different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen the Emperor realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor realm, was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him, Murong Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Murong Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Murong Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Paths, the Emperor realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the Great Emperor's, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Paths, the Emperor realm, had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Murong Xiao Xiao, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Paths territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Murong Xiao Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Sky Paths, the Emperor realm, had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the demon sky paths the Emperor Realm's vision blurred and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the demon sky paths the Emperor Realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of demon sky paths people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the Demon Sky Path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin, but when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm who was being strangled by Yang Kai also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the demon heavenly way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Murong Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Boya was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Bai-yi, like Murong Xiao Xiao and Xia Sheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xia Sheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Bai-yi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Bai-yi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yang Kai. Xiao Bai-yi frowned, looked at Yang Kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Bai-yi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Bai-yi was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Bai-yi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me." Murong Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Bai-yi realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here and Murong Xiao Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Bai-yi took the token and looked at it, only to see the 2 words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. But when did the star boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news? Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai-yi knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Bai-yi frowned and asked. "Half a month ago." Xiao Bai-yi was relieved and gently nodded. "For the past month, junior sister and I have been outside." It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them, otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the 4 Seasons realm together. Now he, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Xia Xing were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, How could he be below the third-order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a third-order Emperor realm master. Xiao Baiyi could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the southern territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, 2 elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Baiyi said, "We are investigating the demon heavenly way." The star boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the star boundary's enemy on the surface, then the demon heavenly way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the demon heavenly way, countless people in the star boundary had been harmed by them. The entire star boundary hated the demon heavenly way. However, the demon heavenly way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the demon heavenly way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the star boundary's energy, making it impossible for the star boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the 2 realms. Every sect in the star boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the demon heavenly way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the demon heavenly way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Baiyi arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed? Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here. This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help. Murong Xiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, Big Brother means a mole. Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? I thought you didn't notice. Boya was still squatting in front of the Emperor realm and said without raising her head. You noticed? Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Boya sneered and pointed to the Emperor realm in front of her. They have the same smell, a sour smell. Xiao Baiyi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened and were all suspicious. Chapter 36-39. Being stared at by several people, the petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, Do you have any instructions for me, elders? Xiao Baiyi did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Murong Xiao Xiao spoke bluntly, Du Wan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way? Murong Xiao Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Mo Tiandao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that Du Wan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine, only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Du Wan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Murong Xiao Zhao's heart was heavy. As soon as the statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Du Wan. Du Wan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, 3 elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent. Murong Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes. When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Du Wan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance, she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first and was not very obvious, but after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Baiyi sighed softly, and Murong Xiao Zhao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Du Wan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Du Wan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Du Wan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Du Wan sneered, sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way you will have a chance to live. After her identity was exposed and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Murong Xiao Zhao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Du Wan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you? Du Wan coldly snorted. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the star boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the star boundary can stop him? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it. What changes? Du Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, the passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out. Du Wan was startled and said coldly, stop trying to mislead people. Yang Kai smiled, It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms. Du-Wan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, "I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Murong Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, "Demonic blood purification, brother, be careful." How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Du-Wan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du-Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the demon heavenly way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du-Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du-Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiaoxiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Du-Wan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Murong Xiaoxiao's mood heavy. Xiao Bai-Yi also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon heavenly way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. "What did you find?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Boya. Boya said, "It should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed." Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future. Boya was studying this just now. Hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Baizhua and Baiya. Although Baizhua was a general under Yu Rumeng's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Baizhua should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Du-Wan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Du-Wan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Baizhua glanced at Du-Wan and asked. Yang Kai said, "I remember that Brother Baizhua went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times?" Baizhua nodded and said, "That's right. After several years of war, he returned to the demon territory several times and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai pointed at Du-Wan in front of him. Baizhua smiled and said, "Of course I've heard of it. But is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Bo-ya said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, so I wanted to ask Brother Baizhua to examine her and see if you can save her." Baizhua heard this and said, "Those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon clan's secret technique, but I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Baizhua. Brother Yang is too polite. Alright. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them?" Baizhua looked at the unconscious Du Wan and said, "I can see that although the demonic qi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it." Baiya also nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Huolin. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him and just pointed to Du Wan on the ground and said, "Look at this woman. Do you see anything special about her?" Huolun didn't know the situation and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Du Wan. After a long time, he carefully said, "This woman is petite and young, her appearance is average, and her figure is average." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. "Is there anything else?" "Anything else?" Huolun felt the pressure and gulped. "I don't know what Master is referring to. She's been infected by the demonic qi." "She's been infected by the demonic qi?" Huolun was stunned. He looked down at Du Wan carefully and then shook his head vigorously. "I can't see it." This was strange. Boya could see it, but Huolun couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Huolun was a low-ranked demon king. If even Huolun couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic qi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Boya, Yang Kai thought about it and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feather demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Baizhua and Baiya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Boya to interrogate the Demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the Demon Heavenly Path's people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Boya didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The Demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the Demon Heavenly Path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called White Horse Town. According to him, White Horse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many Demon Heavenly Path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Du Wan quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the Demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Murong Xiao Zhao's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. "There are no Demon Heavenly Path strongholds here?" Xiao Baiyi frowned. "Then what are you doing here?" "I don't know." The Demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. "I'm just following orders." "Who told you to come?" Xiao Baiyi asked again. "I don't know." Before he could finish speaking, Boya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic qi into his body. The next moment, the Demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, "I really don't know who I'm here. For what reason, I don't know anything." Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the Demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor Realm from Demon Heavenly Path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The Four Seasons Realm. Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor Realm from Demon Heavenly Path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, "You want to go to the Four Seasons Realm?" Although his movements were weak, the Emperor Realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you want?" He was also going to the Four Seasons Realm, and this place was not far from the Four Seasons Realm. He did not expect that the Emperor Realm from Demon Heavenly Path would also want to go to the Four Seasons Realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor Realm Master couldn't answer. Even after Boya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Baizhua another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Baizhua study a way to crack the blood demon secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from Demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the Four Seasons Realm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Xiao Bai, take the disciples back to the temple first. I'll go to the Four Seasons Realm to see what Demon Heavenly Path is up to." "I'll go with you," Xiao Bai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Murong Xiao Xiao. "If you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Murong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone?" With Murong Xiao Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since Demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the Four Seasons Realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiao Bai frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, "Can't you put them away?" Du Wan and the Emperor Realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I want you to go back not only because junior sister Murong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the Four Seasons Realm." What happened in the Four Seasons Realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent. Xiao Bai listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said seriously, "We found Du Wan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Du Wan in the temple?" Saying so, he beckoned to Boya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, "Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple." Just now, Boya was able to detect Du Wan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through Demon Heavenly Path's disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Boya to go. Boya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this and could not help but glare at Yang Kai, but she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiao Bai glanced at Boya hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, there will be no problem." Xiao Bai gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Great Elder Chiu." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail and be careful. Don't leak the news and alert the enemy." "I know," Xiao Bai responded. After the discussion, Xiao Bai did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. his team of disciples had not yet arrived. Duwan was in Murong Xiao Zhao's team, so he did not know if there were any demon heavenly path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Boya to cooperate fully with the temple and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Bai turned to look at Boya. Boya slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Bai still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Boya. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Boya suddenly attacked, with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price. Especially with the injured Murong Xiao, Xiao Bai always stood between her and Boya. In addition, there was another problem that made Xiao Bai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Boya's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon, with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Boya could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Boya. Only then did they set off on their way. The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm, which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Qiongqi opened the way. Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Dao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening, so even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps, the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention. No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues, but when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually there were few people in this valley and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people and the smallest had a dozen people, but without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 3641. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor realm masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the first order to the third order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the demon domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yang Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the Demon Heavenly Way. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now, with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ye, he could certainly kill these people, but it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm who was thrown into the small sealed world before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the demon heavenly way and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the demon heavenly way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yang Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the demon heavenly way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night, they were busy. Yang Kai observed for more than 10 days and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array, a large-scale spirit array that almost covered the entire nameless valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable great array gradually took shape. Yang Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation and put his brand into the jade slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the jade slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit bead to consult the South Gate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yang Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yang Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yang Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yang Kai, let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the Demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful. Yang Kai replied, I know. The Southern Gate Army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the Demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints' combined strength. Hearing Yang Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate Army solemnly warned again, Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform this subordinate immediately. Yang Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate Army made such a judgment, Yang Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the Great Array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire nameless valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the Great Array while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Bai Ya and Bai Zhua cupped their fists and greeted, Brother Yang. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow and asked, You saved him? This middle-aged man was Mo Tian Dao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Bai Zhua had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Mo Tian Dao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai. You really saved him? Yang Kai raised his brow. Baizhua flipped his wrist and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. This was a drop of demon blood. Baizhua said, "This is the root of the disaster." Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. "What do you mean?" Baizhua said, "A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So, if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. In other words, even if I can capture someone from Mo Tiandao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them? Baizhua slowly shook his head. I don't have enough ability. He was a half-saint and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Shueli? Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Du Wan and asked, "How is she? Can you save her?" Baizhua didn't dare say anything. "I will do my best." Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, "What is your name?" The other person weakly replied, "Zhao Quan." After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die, but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Mo Tiandao. This was the reason why Baizhua said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Mo Tiandao. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. Now there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me? Zhao Quan immediately replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we can kill the demon race, what's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago." You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path. Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Baizhua had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Mo Tiandao gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This show will accompany Palace Master Yang. Restore yourself first, I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Mo Tiandao were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Sky Path dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, Thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. "Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang." Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, "You will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join." Zhao Quan replied, "This is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal." "That's good. Let's go." Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 3642. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley where the Four Seasons Realm's gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Tao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura." Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, "Thinking of my sect's disciples, this Zhou couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, but there will always be a chance." Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, a tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it, and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-rank demon king, only revealing the aura of an lower-rank demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Matian Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, "I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me." The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Ma Tianpath. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, "Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws?" Zhao Quan nodded. "Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first." Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the array master. The array master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. "I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days I will need your help." "Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions." Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Junior Brother, why are you hiding your face?" Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior Brother encountered a fire when he was young and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Ma Tiandao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Ma Tiandao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days, so Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate Army said that this large array was a summoning array and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation, so what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Ma Tiandao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Ma Tiandao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yang Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Ma Tiandao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the 3rd day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yang Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, Everyone, come out with me. After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai found that the people of Matiandao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over and he smiled faintly. Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward. After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor realm master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, these jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well. Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yang Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone, enter the array. As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor realm masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li and were in two different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated and the people from the Emperor realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the Southgate army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the Southgate army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 3643. The cultivators of the Emperor realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation!" The cultivators of the Emperor realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. The injuries I suffered before, Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him, waste. He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar and threw him out. His hand seals changed and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Wind Monarch." The Wind Emperor raised his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here." Master Sun said, "It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all." Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's pathmaster was the great emperors Kenyi, and Kenyi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under Kenyi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, reporting to the Wind Monarch, "Everything here has been prepared." "Very good." The Wind Monarch smiled. "Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Pathmaster to reward you." Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Wind Monarch." The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, Everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array." Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The Wind Monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the Wind Monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the Wind Monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the Wind Monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then, it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, it must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the Wind Monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The Wind Monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groan sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the Wind Monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm. Apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the Wind Monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small. Although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone, the flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the Wind Monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 3644. In any case, the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time great emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the great emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time great emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the star realm, only the great emperors were comparable to the great emperor's Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era, otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time great emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The Wind Monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Wind Monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The Wind Monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the great emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the Emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the great emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the Emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the great emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the Wind Monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation? Although he was strong and had a half-dragon body, if he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the great emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the great emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, the Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage, but as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm who were maintaining the array all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty, the flowing time temple has appeared, In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary. The flowing time temple was actually the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the flowing time temple, the legendary palace of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this, so the appearance of the flowing time temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment, they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Song Delu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar flowing time temple, they thought that the South Gate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, what it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the flowing time Great Emperor. However, Kinyi was also a great emperor after all. Though the flowing time divine palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the flowing time divine palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time and strive for the pinnacle of the great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the Southgate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The flowing time temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the flowing time great emperors could connect with the flowing time temple. With the power of more than 20 emperor realm masters and the great emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Ways scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. Three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other two rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor. Who would be able to stop the three half-saints when they attacked? At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor realm cultivator from the Emperor realm was only a first-order Emperor realm master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the flowing time temple in midair, so he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. Baya didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Baya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Baya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a first-order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Baya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it, especially the person who was pointed at by Baya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yang Kai also suffered from the backlash. For a while he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Baya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua had already pounced on the Wind King. The two half-saints' strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saints' subordinates under Yu Rumeng, Baizhua had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the two of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Baizhua. When Baya recovered, the three of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yang Kai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Baizhua was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. It couldn't be said that he was frozen because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the two of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yang Kai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the two of them were doing. One was extremely fast, while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 3645. With just a glance, Yang Kai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the Wind Monarch himself. Without thinking, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. His expression was solemn, and the devil chi rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream." Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time great emperor, shuttling seal, was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Baizhua, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand and a crimson blood river rushed toward the Wind Monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. Its power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic warhammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the Wind Monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the Wind Monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the Wind Monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Baya, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now, 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai!" As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Kenyi. The great Emperor Ying would naturally pass on this information, and the Wind Monarch had obtained this information from Kenyi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Baizhua. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Baizhua acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Baizhua to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The Wind Monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic warhammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the Wind Monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Monarch forced 2 half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor had already slammed down on the Wind Monarch's chest. The Wind Monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon, it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time Great Emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The Wind Monarch had the body of a fake emperor and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time Great Emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Baizhua returned. Even Baya suppressed the surging qi and blood in her heart and rushed over from afar. The 3 half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the 2 half-saint and Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Baya this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat but moved forward. The flowing time Great Emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic warhammer and the divine technique of Baizhua and Baya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya by Ya and Baizhua's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the 3 half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Bai Zhuo was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Bai Yi discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Bai Zhuo's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Bai Zhuo's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Bai Ya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Bai Zhuo wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had 2 half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most." It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the 2 golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating! He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Bai Zhuo and Bai Yo were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the 2 half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. "Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life." The Feng Jun shook his head and laughed. "Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself." As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. "There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang." There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die, or I die. The Feng Jun looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up at Yang Kai. "Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this?" or you can give me the remains of the great emperors. The Feng Jun shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable. Then there's no room for negotiation. When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng Jun, raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng Jun. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment and Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng Jun. On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng Jun didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, an invisible force enveloped the Wind Monarch. Chapter 3646. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the Wind Monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bone suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Wind Monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic war hammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the Wind Monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the Wind Monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Qiongqi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The Wind Monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the Wind Monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The Wind Monarch set up a large array here and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his palace, but Yang Kai led the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation, when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the Wind Monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time, he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the Wind Monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the 4 great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way, so Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded, "Be careful." No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of, So even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the two little kids Yang Shui and Yang Xiao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yen and Qiongqi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the Wind Monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint level started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment, Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Master Sun, where do you want to go? When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, he was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were profound and he was also a first-order Emperor realm master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough. Get lost, or this king won't show mercy. Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay. He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, the people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race. Unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this Master Sun was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention, but before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The flowing time temple and the wind monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so the current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Tao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Qiongqi had opened the back door and brought Lu Yen in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the four territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the Flowing Time Temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time, he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered, but what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The four seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the Four Seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Qiongqi and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the Four Seasons realm? Chapter 3647. The seasons in the Four Seasons realm changed constantly, and Yang Kai could see the scenery of a season with every step he took. If he encountered such a scene in normal times, Yang Kai would be ecstatic. After all, such a strange thing was not something that could be encountered easily. Calming down and comprehending it would surely yield some gains. But now that he had something important to do, Yang Kai was not in the mood to comprehend anything. He just kept his head down and rushed in the direction of the Flowing Time Temple. As time went by, Yang Kai's face became dignified. He actually noticed that his lifespan was slipping away. Since the beginning of cultivation at most 100 years, cultivators had seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, conspired for the fate of the universe, and had techniques to preserve their youthful looks. Therefore, Yang Kai looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps in another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, his appearance would not change much. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to feel their lifespan slipping away unless the speed was very fast. Yang Kai was in such a situation at the moment. With every step he took as he flew forward, he clearly felt that time was flowing on his body. After galloping for a few dozen miles, he felt like he had lived for decades. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Kai was sure that he had indeed been experiencing the passage of time for several dozen years. In other words, he had only flown a few dozen kilometers in the Four Seasons realm, yet he had aged several dozen years for no reason. This feeling made his heart sink. He did not know if it was because of the abnormal situation in the Four Seasons realm, or if he had really been flying for decades without realizing it. But no matter what the reason was, he could not stop. So even if he was aware of the flowing time Great Emperor, he still moved forward quickly. He calmed his mind and was not affected by external forces. After an unknown period of time, when a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai stopped. Looking up at the palace, an ancient aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai's mind was a little absent-minded. At that moment, he could not remember why he had come here. He could not even remember who he was. 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 years of time, passed quickly as he flew. No matter what happened in the outside world, Yang Kai felt that 1,000 years had indeed passed. He had not thought for 1,000 years and had only flown forward instinctively. When he reached the end, he would naturally be at a loss. However, when the words, "Flowing Time Temple," appeared in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's confused eyes gradually lit up, and his chaotic mind quickly became clear again. He remembered who he was and why he had come here. The gate of the temple opened, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The moment he stepped through the door, he had already entered the Flowing Time Temple. Before Yang Kai had time to examine the situation inside the temple, a figure flew towards him. Yang Kai's face went cold as he secretly circulated his demonic qi, ready to act at any moment. But when he saw the appearance of the person rushing towards him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. It was because that person's attire and appearance were exactly the same as his. If there was a mirror in front of him, he would definitely think that he was looking at a mirror. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly the same. The other party's face seemed to be a few years older than his own, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. Yang Kai saw him, so naturally, the other party also saw Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the man didn't wait for Yang Kai to say anything and directly said, "Don't be long-winded, hurry up and find your son." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed past like a gust of wind, plunged into a crack, and disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that this hall was filled with void cracks. Each crack was long and short, like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai was baffled by the man's words. Although he had several wives, he had no children so far, so how could he have a son? However, he did have a godson, and it was a dragon race. Yang Kai thought that as long as he entered the temple, he would be able to meet that smelly brat. But who would have thought that he would encounter such an inexplicable scene? But in any case, Yang Kai was a little concerned about the sudden appearance of a person who looked exactly like him, so he didn't hesitate and chased after the figure into a void crack. The next moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world changed, and he appeared in the temple again. It was almost the same as the temple he was in just now, as if it hadn't moved at all. The surroundings were still filled with countless void cracks, and the man from before was nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai frown. He had obviously come in right after him, so why had he disappeared? Just as he was puzzled, a void crack suddenly fluctuated next to him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure suddenly rush out of the void crack. It was another him. This him seemed to be more seriously injured. His whole body was covered with golden blood, his clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He hurriedly rushed in this direction. Yang Kai's expression froze. When he saw the first him before, he didn't react, so although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it might be an illusion, but when the second him appeared, he immediately carefully examined the other party, and the result made him inexplicably shocked. It was really him. Not only were their clothes and auras exactly the same, but even the power fluctuations and divine sense on their bodies were exactly the same. In this world, it was impossible for two people to be exactly the same. Even twins would have some slight differences, but this him was really exactly the same as Yang Kai, except for his appearance being a few years younger. But this difference in appearance was definitely not as simple as just a few years. When Yang Kai was flying through the Four Seasons realm, he felt as if 1,000 years had passed. The principle of time had passed on him for 1,000 years, but his appearance hadn't changed much. If he wanted to age him by a few years, it would definitely take more than 1,000 years, perhaps 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Moreover, if the two him were to be carefully distinguished, there would be some slight differences in appearance. Yang Kai couldn't bear to do this to himself, so he hurriedly called out, "Wait!" The second him turned his head to look at him and grinned, "Run! Do you want to die just standing there?" Hearing himself say this to himself, Yang Kai felt really strange. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just as he was hesitating, the second him plunged into a void crack and disappeared just like the previous one. The next moment, from the void crack the second him ran out. A figure chased after him. This person was dressed like a scholar and looked gentle and refined. Who else could it be but the Wind Monarch? Previously, the Wind Monarch had repeatedly spat out blood to stimulate the power of the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, causing great damage to himself. His appearance had also suddenly aged by 20 or 30 years, turning from a man in his 30s into an old man. But at this moment, the Wind Monarch had regained his original appearance, and his aura was vigorous. Not only had he recovered, but his momentum was even stronger than before. Yang Kai was shocked and couldn't understand how he did it. One must know that the Wind Monarch had damaged his own blood essence when he stimulated the divine technique of the great emperors. That kind of damage couldn't be recovered without 80 to 80 years of meditation. Even if there was a heavenly emperor artifact that could shorten the time, it was impossible to recover so quickly. Although he had run for 1,000 years in the Four Seasons realm before, that was just his perception. 1,000 years shouldn't have really passed. What the hell? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. The reason why he chased into the Four Seasons realm alone and didn't let his embodiment follow him was that the world principles needed to be left outside to deal with the aftermath, and also because he was confident in himself. The Wind Monarch had suffered great damage, but he was unscathed. Moreover, Lu Yen and Xiongqi were in the flowing time temple. If the Wind Monarch didn't know how to deal with him and barged in here, he only needed to call out to Lu Yen and Xiongqi, and everyone would fight side by side. How could the Wind Monarch be a match for them? But the current situation was that Lu Yen and Xiongqi were nowhere to be seen. He couldn't feel their presence and aura at all. On the contrary, the Wind Monarch was like a fierce tiger. This was a little different from what he had imagined. As his thoughts raced, the Wind Monarch saw him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he chuckled, "Where did you come from, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai frowned and didn't answer, mainly because he didn't know how to answer. The Wind Monarch said again, "It doesn't matter, it's the same no matter who I kill." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. With the devil chi rising, Yang Kai shouted, and the mountains and rivers bell flew out and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. With a loud bang, the light on the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, and it was directly knocked back. Yang Kai's chi and blood tumbled in his chest. Before he could recover, he saw the Wind Monarch suddenly raise his hand, and an exquisite hourglass appeared in his palm. The hourglass didn't look like anything special, but Kai Yang's expression changed as he instinctively felt a dangerous aura coming from it. Yang Kai didn't understand the mysteries of the hourglass, nor did he understand the strength of the Wind Monarch. He was even more confused about the situation here, so how could he continue to be entangled with him? Hurriedly putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai didn't wait for the Wind Monarch to activate the hourglass's power before his figure flickered and he rushed directly into a nearby void crack. When he reappeared, he was in the main hall full of cracks, as if everything had returned to the beginning. After calming down the qi and blood tumbling in his chest, Yang Kai looked around and waited with rapt attention. After a short while, a fluctuation came from one of the cracks, and Yang Kai hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a moment later, a third him rushed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned, because this third him was even more embarrassed than the previous two. His appearance had not changed much, and he looked like he was in his 30s, but his hair was a little more in. How old was he? How could his hair have turned white? After the third him appeared, he immediately rushed toward Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me, and I am you. The space-time here has been distorted. What you see now is the future you, understand?" Yang Kai did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Until now, he was not sure whether the one in front of him was him or not. If it was, then it meant that his future self and his present self had met here? However, if the space-time here was really distorted, it was really possible. Chapter 3648. The four directions were the universe, and since ancient times, it had always been the universe. The secrets of the universe were the secrets of time and space, which contained great mysteries and mysteries. Although Yang Kai had some attainments in the law of space, they were only related to the void of time and space. Only the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal had a basic understanding of time and space. The scene here was related to the universe's time and space, so he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake for a while. After the third hymn finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Wind Monarch is here, let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Yang Kai's arm and flew towards a nearby crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, the third self anxiously warned, "The power of that hourglass in Wind Monarch's hand is unpredictable, you must be careful." After rushing into the crack, Yang Kai was alone again. He had obviously rushed in with the third hymn, but after entering here, he had disappeared. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai's expression brightened. This was because the palace had finally become a little different from before. The previous few times he had come to this palace, it was filled with cracks. However, this time, there weren't so many strange scenes in the palace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If the scene just now kept repeating, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Now that there was a change, it was good. The hall was empty, there was no trace of living people, and there were no signs of fighting. There were side doors on both sides. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense but found nothing, so he casually chose a direction and left the hall. The hall was connected to a corridor with rooms on both sides. The corridor was very long and he couldn't see the end of it. The floor under his feet was flowing with inexplicable colors, making it look strange. Yang Kai came to the nearest room and waited with rapt attention. He pushed the door open and checked carefully, but there was nothing in the room. Naturally, there was no one. He checked the rooms one by one, but found nothing. Moreover, as he investigated, Yang Kai found that he couldn't feel the passage of time in this place. It could be said that dozens or hundreds of years had passed, or it could be said that time had stopped flowing. This trip to the flowing time temple was completely different from the last time. After checking countless rooms, when Yang Kai pushed open the door of one of the rooms again, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This room was finally not empty. There was a ferocious giant beast lying in it. At first glance, it looked like a tiger with two horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. This giant beast was unaware of Yang Kai's arrival, and its snoring was like thunder. Who else could it be but Cheongchi? Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted it. Even after calling out a few times, Cheongchi did not respond, causing Yang Kai to frown. Cheongchi was still a divine spirit and was extremely powerful. Forget about sleeping, even if it was in secluded retreat. If someone were to intrude, it would likely wake up immediately. However, there was no response even after he shouted at it a few times. This was a bit strange. Since shouting was useless, Yang Kai immediately stepped forward and patted its head, but there was still no effect. Cheongchi seemed to have really fallen asleep, and its snoring didn't stop for a moment. Yang Kai punched its head a few times, neither too hard nor too light. It wouldn't hurt it, but it was enough to wake it up from its sleep. But the reality surprised Yang Kai. After eating a few of his punches, Cheongchi still didn't move at all. This made Yang Kai a little frightened. Even such a method couldn't wake Cheongchi up. What was wrong with it? Moreover, Cheongchi clearly led Lu Yen, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but now it was alone. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Lu Yen were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Since he couldn't wake Cheongchi up, Yang Kai wanted to put it into the sealed world bead, but after several attempts, he still didn't succeed. It wasn't Yang Kai's fault, but Cheongchi was wrapped in a layer of invisible power that made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense. If he couldn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't put it into the sealed world bead. After struggling for a while, Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Cheongchi was sleeping, there was nothing wrong with it, so there was no need to worry too much. And since he could find Cheongchi here, he should be able to find Lu Yen and the others. Yang Kai immediately sped up his search, checking the rooms one by one. In this flowing time temple, the passage of time was a very vague concept. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't distinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found Lu Yen in another room. Lu Yen hadn't changed much. She still looked like a little girl, but like Cheongchi, she had fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on the floor of a room, sleeping soundly. After trying hard, Lu Yen really couldn't wake up. Her situation was exactly the same as Cheongchi's. First it was Cheongchi, then it was Lu Yen. Yang Kai really didn't know what they had encountered after entering the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai thought that he would be able to find Yang Xiao again, but who would have thought that even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find a trace of the two children. At the end of the long corridor, there was another hall. After entering this place, Yang Kai's mind was in a trance again. Because this hall was exactly the same as the place he was in before, he thought that he had returned to his original place. But there was someone here. Dressed like a Confucian scholar, he looked like a teacher. Demon Heavenly Path, one of the four great monarchs under the command of the sect master, the Wind Monarch. This Wind Monarch was in good condition, and all the injuries he had suffered before had been healed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a high platform in the hall. The high platform was shrouded in a translucent light curtain. Very obvious fluctuations of the time principle flowed out from the light curtain. At this moment, the Wind Monarch's eyes were closed, and he should be healing, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After narrowing his eyes and looking at him for a while, Yang Kai gently took a breath. When he exhaled, his demonic chi surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Although he had encountered three himself who had been chased by the Wind Monarch, and although one of the himself had told him to hurry and find Yang Xiao, the situation in the flowing time temple was so strange and inexplicable. If he wanted to break the situation now, the only choice was to start with the Wind Monarch. Therefore, Yang Kai decisively took action. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above the Wind Monarch's head, and the myriad sword wrapped in his cultivation base fiercely slashed down. The light curtain shrouding the high platform was the work of the great emperors, so how could Yang Kai break it? When the thunderous sword slashed down, the light curtain immediately caved in, but it was tough and didn't break. However, disturbed by this, the Wind Monarch, who was meditating and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the Wind Monarch grinned. "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to break through it. Come." Raising his hand high, he passed through the light curtain and grabbed the myriad sword. As he madly stimulated his Emperor Qi, a fierce force rebounded. Yang Kai directly let go, abandoning the myriad sword. As his divine sense surged, his left eye turned into a majestic golden vertical, breathtaking, and a budding lotus shot out from his eye and rushed into the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea. As soon as the blossoming lotus appeared, the Wind Monarch's body trembled. Although he was strong, his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, so he was careless and fell into the trap. The white lotus took root in the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea and bloomed, absorbing his soul power. The Wind Monarch groaned, and the seawater in his knowledge sea roared, resisting the power of the secret technique. The lotus bloomed halfway, but it was no longer able to do anything. After all, It was not a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed. Although it was unexpected, it still could not take full effect. The Wind Monarch sneered. Just as he was about to ridicule, his expression changed again. This was because the half-blooming lotus flower had suddenly expanded. In his perception, the lotus flower was incomparably huge. It actually wrapped around his entire body, and then quickly closed. The blossoming lotus ended, and the angry lotus appeared. Two soul secret techniques, one after the other, appeared. Yang Kai attacked ruthlessly and decisively. Break! The Wind Monarch's divine sense surged wildly. As he roared, he broke the lotus seal and escaped. Caught off guard, a saber light chopped down on his head. Soul Cutter, heaven-breaking strike. Since it had the blossoming lotus and the angry lotus, how could it not have the power of the Soul Cutter? This time, the Wind Monarch could not block it and was slashed by the Soul Cutter. His soul was not a good feeling. His face suddenly twisted, and his Emperor Qi burst out in all directions like a tsunami. The universe trembled, and Yang Kai was sent flying. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but he still urged the space law and pounced on the Wind Monarch again. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a spell. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and covered the Wind Monarch. Yang Kai shouted again in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" As the dragon roared, golden light shone. With a crackling sound, dragon scales covered his whole body. Two horns grew on his forehead, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. His body grew slightly taller, and a dragon tail swung behind him. In a flash, Yang Kai had turned into a half-dragon. The Wind Monarch was still in a daze after being injured by the Soul Cutter. Yang Kai had already pounced in front of him. His two dragon claws grabbed his arms and pinned him down. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell came down from the sky. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that he was no match for the Wind Monarch. The previous three selves were examples. Therefore, Yang Kai did not plan to compete with the Wind Monarch in terms of cultivation. He had his own territory that he was good at. That was the half-dragon body. This was something that the Wind Monarch could not compare to. As long as the battlefield was limited to a small area, he might be able to win in close combat. Therefore, the mountains and rivers bell came down. Yang Kai planned to trap the Wind Monarch inside the mountains and rivers bell with him. Last time, when he killed the half-Saint Yin-Si in the demon territory, he used this method. Although he lost half of his life after that, it was better than giving the Wind Monarch a chance to fight. Yang Kai had many tricks up his sleeve. The Wind Monarch also suffered a little. Moreover, the Wind Monarch had long heard of the mountains and rivers bell. This was the life treasure of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If he was really trapped, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the rare treasure coming down from the sky, the Wind Monarch knew what Yang Kai was planning. Chapter 3649. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer, 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the Great Emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the Great Emperors in his hands, so he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, How could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The flowing time temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, I have long heard that you are related to the dragon race on Dragon Island and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it? Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya had been sealed by him using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. I'll summon it when I need it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. The Wind Emperor nodded. Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble. The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, I think that I don't have the heart to kill you, but you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Taoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao? Sincerely. The Wind Emperor looked solemn. With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Taoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered. Hee hee. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. Why are you laughing? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over, but do you know who I am? Or you? The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wuhen. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say: end the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wuhen's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wuhen came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhang Wuhen's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Bai Zhua and Bai Ye. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. "You're just so." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhang Wuhen's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhang Wuhen's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's Qi again and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by and Zhang Wuhen's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhang Wuhen moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor, but when he moved, the Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhang Wuhen fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhang Wuhen's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the space-time seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Haha! The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. "Junior, do you know what this is?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Where did you get it from?" It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhang Wuhen's divine technique with his own strength, but in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhang Wuhen's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Cheongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Shao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Qiongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's questions suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains, that's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the Great Emperors is indeed extraordinary, but how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Zhan Wu Hen appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, he seemed to be able to predict the future. Chapter 3650. The endless hourglass contained 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor divine sand. Each grain of flowing time Great Emperor divine sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of flowing time Great Emperor and contained the principle of time. 1 grain of divine sand could accelerate the flow of time for 1 month, so 10,008 grains were indeed equivalent to more than 800 years of time. The power of this principle of time was incomparably mysterious. Although the army commander's order contained the divine technique of the Great Emperors, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of the principle of time and thus dissipated. This was also why the Wind Emperor was able to withstand the divine technique of the Great Emperors. In a flash, Yang Kai understood everything. "Do you want to try?" Feng Junxiao looked at Yang Kai. Although this was a question, he did not give him a choice. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the hourglass in his hand turned over again. Tiny grains of sand slowly flowed inside the hourglass and a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, not giving him the slightest chance to react. When he was enveloped by this halo, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had formed a close connection with something. Tracing the source of this connection, his eyes immediately focused on the endless hourglass in Feng Junxiao's hand. At this moment, the endless hourglass exuded an aura that firmly locked onto him. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he could not escape. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai dove into the nearest crack. The power of this endless hourglass could even resist the divine technique of the Great Emperors, so he did not want to test it. At this moment, escaping was more important. What's more, although this hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for the Wind Emperor to use it indefinitely. There would always be a limit, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. Rushing out of the crack, the experience was exactly the same as at the beginning. Once again, they came to a great hall and returned to the starting point. The space-time here was already in chaos. The source of the chaos was the collision between the endless hourglass and the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that the layer of qi that had locked onto his body was not cut off because of his escape. It was still closely connected. Moreover, the next moment, from the crack that he had escaped from, the Wind King followed him. The Wind King was holding an endless hourglass in his hand. With a smile on his face, the Wind King accurately caught up with him and said, "It's useless. In front of this treasure, it's useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Obediently surrender and you will be spared from torture. Catch me first." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He hurriedly dodged a few steps and found a crack to rush into. The Wind King slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, like a maggot following a bone. His voice pierced through the space-time and rang in Yang Kai's ears. "Why bother? Although you are not bad, how can you escape from the qi of this treasure? Don't you feel anything? You'd better give up struggling." It would have been better if the Wind King had not said this. As soon as the Wind King said this, Yang Kai indeed felt something, or confirmed something. He had a little feeling before, but he was not too sure. When the endless hourglass was turned over by the Wind King, when the hourglass locked onto him, when the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor slowly flowed in the hourglass, Yang Kai had a feeling that the flowing time great emperor had run over him. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the flowing time temple from the Two Seasons Mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. Who do you think the flowing time great emperor's divine sand is supporting? Stupid Junior, what is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the flowing time great emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan. Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the flowing time great emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the flowing time great emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the flowing time great emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 zhang-long dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. And Intakim was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. Did I meet my past me? Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. He did not know why he had said it. However, there was no time to explain in detail. The Wind King was about to catch up. Yang Kai hurriedly escaped to a crack not far away. When he escaped into the crack, he could feel that the past him was chasing after him. However, he disappeared in an instant. The Wind King was waiting in front of him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He looked very enthusiastic when meeting an old friend. "Where can you escape to? Don't struggle in vain." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped toward Yang Kai. His movement was not fast. At least, Yang Kai could see it clearly. He raised his hands. When the law of space surged, a dozen pitch-black moon blades slashed through the air, leaving marks in the void. At this moment, his mind was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the moon blades had no effect. Instead, he was hit again. His chest was hit so hard that his blood and chi were tumbling, and his bones were cracking. Standing up again, he looked at the Wind King gloomily. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "So it's not you who became faster." The two fights were enough for Yang Kai to see through some things. He originally thought that it was the Wind King who suddenly became faster, so he was caught off guard. However, it seemed that was not the case. The Wind King did not change. The one who changed was himself. The Wind King smiled. The endless hourglass is not only able to extract life. After all, it is a treasure left by the great emperors. How can it be so simple? Yang Kai nodded. So, it is the endless hourglass that has affected my concept of time. As the saying goes, a day feels like a year. This is not without basis. If you are strong enough, you can indeed do this. The Wind King shook his head. However, this treasure is very mysterious. I can't fully refine it, so I can't reach this level for the time being. Although I can't reach this level, I have gained something. So it is the endless hourglass that has lengthened my perception of time. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Something that could be dealt with in one breath, Yang Kai needed 10 or 100 breaths to react. Naturally, he could not deal with it. This was the reason why he had been hit twice. So, are you still not going to admit defeat? The Wind King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. I really don't want to kill you. Yang Kai grinned hideously. If you have the ability, make time freeze on me. Then, you can do whatever you want. The Wind King sighed softly. The whining of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. He held the endless hourglass in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Then he pointed at Yang Kai. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. The whistling wind wrapped around Yang Kai. The whirling wind turned into sharp blades, constantly cutting Yang Kai's body. The wind blades were very powerful. If the Emperor realm fell into them, they would be crushed into pieces immediately. Yang Kai did not die. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. However, in the whistling wind, there was a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The giant figure quickly revealed himself. The 300-meter-long dragon stood proudly in the wind, and sparks flew from its dragon scales. Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked. It was as if he was sucking a bowl of noodles. The wind around his body was sucked into his mouth and disappeared in 3 breaths. The Wind King was moved. Below the fake emperor, Yang Kai was the strongest person he had ever met. He could kill an ordinary person from the Emperor realm at will. However, the one in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. He was actually able to struggle until now. Crunch. Yang Kai's mouth moved as if he was chewing something. His huge golden dragon eyes stared at the Wind King. He opened his mouth and shouted, "I'll give it back to you." When the last word came out, it turned into a mighty dragon's roar. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and move the universe. With a soft puff, a burst of energy shot toward Feng Jun. It was useless. In Yang Kai's vision, this attack clearly hit the Wind King. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side, safe and sound. The one who was hit was only the Wind King in Yang Kai's vision. Under the situation where one's perception of time was affected, it was very difficult to determine the enemy's true location. However, Yang Kai did not stop. The ancient and obscure dragon language sounded again. He opened his mouth again. This time, what came out of his mouth was not a strong force. Instead, it was a thick, black, rolling flame. Fire Dragon's breath. The origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon was called the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon because this origin power could evolve all the powers of the dragon race. Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could evolve them. In the past, Yang Kai did not know how to do it. However, after going to the Dragon Palace and studying the dragon race's secret techniques, he knew how to do it. Chapter 3651. The hall instantly turned into a sea of fire. The space was filled with flames, leaving no blind spots. Only the Wind Monarch was surrounded by a gentle breeze. There was no fire within 30 feet of him. He was like a rock in the middle of a storm, unmoving. The Wind Monarch snorted, "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Then he stepped forward and slowly walked toward Yang Kai. The sea of fire parted to 2 sides, revealing a path for him to pass through. Wherever the Wind Monarch walked, the flames were extinguished. In a flash, he came to 100 feet away from Yang Kai. In terms of size, he was dozens of times weaker than Yang Kai. However, in terms of aura, he was superior. It was as if he was the one standing high above. He raised his hand and twirled his fingers. A small fan appeared in his empty right hand. The fan was only a foot long, but it was flowing with light. The wind monarch raised the fan and waved it at Yang Kai. In the midst of a gust of wind, a wind blade shot out from the fan. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time was distorted. How could he dodge? When he reacted, the wind blade was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face. With a bang, Yang Kai's body shook. His hill-like body slid backward. A huge wound appeared on his arms and blood flowed out. Borrowing the force, he turned around and swept his tail toward the wind monarch. The dragon tail covered in dragon scales was like a long whip. As it swept across the void trembled and shattered. The wind monarch sneered. He lifted his feet slightly and dodged it with a few steps. It was very easy. Yang Kai's attack missed and he pounced forward, chanting in dragon language again. The wind monarch raised the small fan in his hand and waved it towards Yang Kai again. This time, it wasn't a single wind blade that appeared, but more than a dozen, blocking all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Unable to block, unable to avoid, Kai Yang continued to charge forward, his face filled with a ruthless ferocity, as if he was determined to face 10,000 enemies head-on. You overestimate yourself. The wind monarch sneered. The endless hourglass in his left hand shook slightly. He was about to use the same trick again. He used the power of the flowing time Great Emperor to affect Yang Kai's perception. But right at that moment, a loud bang rang out and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the spot he was standing. Feng Jun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a huge figure blocking the light in front of him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking down at him, as if he was looking at an ant. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a burst of dragon breath. The dragon breath tore through the void, seemingly invincible, as it slashed toward the wind monarch's head. Feng Jun let out a cry of surprise. He moved his feet and dodged to the side. However, there was a fierce force coming from the side, as if waiting for him. He turned his head and saw Yang Kai's right fist sweeping toward him. The power of the fist was terrifying. The wind monarch's eyes twitched. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he was hit by such a fist. He made a prompt decision. His entire body transformed into a breeze that was completely powerless as he dissipated from this place. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that his fist had missed. In the corner of the hall, the wind monarch appeared again. He stared at the big bell in Yang Kai's other hand and snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Yang Kai holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also constantly flicking it. Therefore, the sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell rang continuously in the hall. Halos spread out with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center, cleansing Yang Kai's body. The wind monarch had been here for 100 years. He had obtained the endless hourglass, the treasure left by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. He used the endless hourglass to extract Yang Kai's lifespan and affect Yang Kai's perception of time. But he had the treasure left by the great emperors. How could Yang Kai not have it? The Mountains and Rivers Bell was also a treasure left by the great emperors. Everyone had one. Who was afraid of who? The power of the treasure left by the great emperors could only be dealt with by the great emperor's treasures. Therefore, when Yang Kai took out the Mountains and Rivers Bell and played it, his perception returned to normal. However, the connection between his body and the endless hourglass was not cut off. Under the flow of the divine sand of the flowing time Great Emperor, Yang Kai's lifespan was still decreasing. Yang Kai could not display the full power of the treasure left by the great emperors, but similarly, the wind monarch could not display the full power of the endless hourglass. On this level, both of them were dabblers. The bell continued to ring, and the invisible suppressions spread out. Somehow, the wind monarch's body became heavy, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had never been a treasure used to trap enemies. It was just that Yang Kai occasionally used the Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with his enemies. At this moment, by activating the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Yang Kai got rid of the endless hourglass's interference and returned to normal. The Wind Monarch also noticed this. He stared at the mountains and river's bell for a while before sighing slightly and saying, "It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You killed so many of my demon Skypath's people, and this king has also made you suffer a small loss. How about we end today's matter here? You go your way and I'll go mine, how about it?" Dealing with someone who was proficient in the laws of space without the endless hourglass, the Wind Monarch had no confidence in himself. Unless Yang Kai fought to the death with him and did not try to escape, there was nothing he could do if Yang Kai wanted to escape. The Wind Monarch did not want to accept such a fight. He was already satisfied with entering the flowing time temple and obtaining the endless hourglass. As for the people of the demon sky path who had died, how many people had died in this world? It should be their honor to be able to serve the Taoist master's great cause until the day they die. Fine. Yang Kai responded, grinning, "Leave behind the endless hourglass and destroy your own cultivation, then I'll let you go." The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Junior, this king is sincerely asking for peace, but that doesn't mean this king is afraid of you. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have no choice but to cut you down here. Bring it on if you have the ability." Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to the Wind Monarch. "Is there no room for discussion?" The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai laughed. "I told you a long time ago that those who walk different paths cannot work together, so why are you still so long-winded?" The Wind Monarch took a deep breath and showed a trace of helplessness. "Since you want to force me, then be prepared to pay the price." Saying so, he raised the endless hourglass in his hand and poured his Emperor Chi into it. Inside the hourglass, the speed at which the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand was flowing was neither fast nor slow. Yang Kai had fought with him for such a long time, yet only half of the divine sand had flowed. In other words, Yang Kai had only lost a little more than 400 years of his lifespan. But when the Wind Monarch acted at this moment, the speed at which the divine sand flowed suddenly accelerated, and the remaining half of the sand flowed away in 3 to 5 breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, almost spitting it out. Although there was no external force, losing more than 400 years of his lifespan in such a short time was equivalent to suffering a heavy blow, and his vitality suddenly dropped by a large margin. But this was not the end. When the divine sand in the hourglass flowed to the other side, the Wind Monarch once again turned the endless hourglass over and madly poured his strength into it, grinning fiercely. "With this hourglass, what can you use to fight this king? This king was willing to let you go because I was merciful. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you?" Watching one's own lifespan rapidly slip away was not a good feeling. Moreover, not only could he see it, but he could also feel it. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? As the mountains and rivers' bell continued to ring, his figure flashed, and he escaped from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Wind Monarch, and his dragon claws pierced through the air, grabbing at him. However, the Wind Monarch seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He gently waved the small fan in his right hand a few times, and sharp wind blades accurately chopped at Yang Kai. With a few clangs, Yang Kai didn't dodge, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his huge dragon claws. The Wind Monarch clenched his teeth, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. Yang Kai's body was tough, and the power of his small fan was unparalleled. If the Emperor realm was slashed, it would probably be shattered immediately. However, Yang Kai's dragonized body was incomparably tough, and there were only a few wounds that barely reached his bones. Without any delay, the Wind Monarch transformed into a gust of wind and soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the mountains and rivers' bell covered his head. Yang Kai's right hand had been flicking the mountains and rivers' bell, so how could he not guard against the Wind Monarch's escape? As long as the mountains and rivers' bell could cover him, Yang Kai had 100 ways to kill him here. However, how could the Wind Monarch fall into the trap so easily? The gust of wind changed direction a few times, and actually escaped the suppression of the mountains and rivers' bell, reappearing on the other side. The divine sand in the hourglass flowed clean again, and Yang Kai couldn't hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly shrunk to 10 feet. his lifespan was depleted, and his blood and chi became weak. He couldn't even maintain his Dragonize technique. However, his attacks didn't stop, and he looked like he was going to bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh even if he died. As he ran, the law of space surged, and the moon blade slashed through the air. The Wind Monarch activated the power of the hourglass, and the moon blade strangely stopped in front of him, allowing him to easily dodge it. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a madman. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai grinned as he attacked. "If you have the ability, drain my lifespan." The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. The hourglass spun, but this time, the divine sand didn't flow as fast as before. Instead, it flowed at the same speed as before. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He had obtained the endless hourglass for 100 years, and although he had refined it, he couldn't exert the full power of this treasure. Forcibly activating it twice was his limit, and he had to pay a heavy price to do so. He couldn't activate the hourglass's power again quickly. Yang Kai saw this point, which was why he was so fearless. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and his lifespan was at least a few thousand years. Once the divine sand in the hourglass flowed, it would be more than 800 years, and 2 times would be more than 1,600 years. Including the flowing time Great Emperor who had been crushed in the 2 Seasons mountain range, he still had a chance to live. Using his own lifespan to compete with the opponent's methods was an act of desperation. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would Yang Kai do this? Now that the Wind Monarch was at his wit's end, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're finished." Chapter 3652. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's right eye turned pitch black. It was a pure black that seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. Demonic chi roared from the surface of his body and soared into the sky. His originally weak aura suddenly soared. A buzzing sound echoed in the hall. Although it was loud, it was deep and solemn. Black Pupil Purgatory, Eternal Darkness. This was Yang Kai's most powerful trump card. It was even stronger than the Dragon Form Secret Technique. When he became the demon race when he was in the Dao Source Realm, he was able to escape unscathed after fighting against the 3 great emperors. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. However, even though it was powerful, the price to pay was not small. Every time Yang Kai used it, there was a risk that he would become the demon race. In the past, when he used this secret technique, he needed to unseal the seal on the Dantian and release the demonic chi inside the Dantian. However, after Yang Kai reached the 3rd Order Emperor realm in the demon territory, he had truly become the demon race. All of his strength had turned into demonic chi. Therefore, there was no need to unseal anything. He could use the eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. Facing a fake emperor, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used the army commander's order to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The great emperor's divine technique was removed by the endless hourglass, but it did not have any effect. He then used the dragon form secret technique in the mountains and rivers bell, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Now, he only had the eternal darkness left. This was also his final trump card. To be honest, even if Yang Kai used his most powerful trump card, he could not guarantee that he could defeat the Wind Monarch. In the Devil Realm, he had killed a half-step saint by himself. However, that silver thread had been severely injured, and her injuries from the Battle of Eternal Heaven hadn't healed yet. That was why he had been able to take advantage of her. What's more, In-Si was an expert in the art of seduction, which was countered by Yang Kai. How could she not die? But the Wind King was different. He had been recuperating here for 100 years, and his injuries were all healed. Even though he had suffered some losses in the previous battles, he was still much stronger than In-Si back then. The moment the eternal darkness appeared, the hall immediately plunged into darkness. That kind of darkness was indescribable. Not only was one's vision blocked, but even one's senses were also blocked. The Wind Emperor didn't expect that Yang Kai could still display such a powerful technique at this time. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. He cast a spell to protect himself. With the hourglass in his left hand and the small fan in his right hand, he waited with rapt attention. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything, but Feng Jun could still clearly feel that in the sky, there was a huge black round eye quietly looking down at him. That kind of invisible pressure made him feel a little flustered. Without any reason, the Wind Monarch was alarmed. Without even thinking, he waved the small fan in his right hand. With a roar, a tornado shot out from the fan, turning into a huge wind dragon that charged out ferociously. In front of the wind dragon, Yang Kai flashed over. Seeing this, the corner of his eyes twitched. He secretly thought that a false emperor wasn't that easy to deal with. Within the eternal darkness, the Wind Emperor shouldn't be able to sense or see anything. But he could still pinpoint Yang Kai's position and detect his movements. This showed that this person wasn't ordinary. It was a pity that such a person had fallen and become the demon race's heavenly Tao, becoming a lackey of the demon race. Yang Kai met the Wind Dragon's attack head-on. He raised his right hand and smashed down with the mountains and rivers bell. Without a sound, the dragon's head shattered, but the Wind Dragon suddenly transformed into millions of wind blades that shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into flames. The wind blades struck the dragon's scales without a sound, but their power wasn't small. Despite having the upper hand, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. Many small wounds appeared on his body, but he took this opportunity to get within 10 feet of the Wind Emperor. At such a close distance, Yang Kai raised his palm. The huge palm completely covered the sky above the Wind Emperor's head and fiercely slapped down. The Wind Emperor suddenly raised his head, as if he saw the palm. With a shout, he raised his palm to meet it. Fierce winds gathered in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge palm. It was another silent collision. When the two palms collided, Yang Kai's huge body was slightly pushed back, almost flipping him to the ground. The Wind Emperor's body also suddenly shrank. This attack was actually evenly matched. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Unlike the previous exchange of magical powers, this was a real collision of strength. How could the Wind Emperor remain calm when a 3-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator was evenly matched with him? But he didn't stop. He immediately stabilized his body and rushed in the direction of the origin of the palm power. He actually counterattacked. How could Yang Kai retreat? He stepped on the ground, stabilized his body, and punched out. Once again, they collided. Once again, they shook off each other. In an instant, in the dark hall, a fake emperor and a 3-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator struck out with a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering, dazzling light. Yang Kai was happy to see such a head-on collision. The Wind Emperor's cultivation was higher than his, and he had cultivated for longer than him. Now that he had the endless hourglass, he had no hope of winning if he really fought with him. Therefore, the Wind Emperor's action was exactly what he wanted. However, there was nothing the Wind Emperor could do. The endless hourglass was powerful, but it couldn't break this secret technique. His vision was blurred, and even his perception was blurred to the extreme. He couldn't find Yang Kai at all. At this moment, he was both blind and deaf. He could only rely on the weak perception of Yang Kai's aura every time he clashed with Yang Kai to lock onto Yang Kai's position. If he lost that moment, he would never be able to find Yang Kai again. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He could only continue to collide with Yang Kai, hoping to defeat his enemy. At this moment, both of them were surging with demonic chi. Obviously, they were both using their full strength, not holding back at all. At this point, it was already a life-or-death situation. No one could take half a step back. During the battle, Yang Kai was constantly activating the Dragon Race secret technique, but the Wind Emperor wasn't idle either. Every time the small fan in his hand released a bone-piercing wind, Yang Kai would suffer a lot. Under the violent outburst of power, the hall was a mess. Fortunately, this was the Flowing Time Temple, the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, or else it would have collapsed long ago. Time passed, and the battle continued. But as time passed, both Yang Kai and the Wind Emperor's attacks became weaker and weaker. Such a life-and-death battle consumed a lot of energy for both of them. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness that shrouded the hall gradually receded, and the Wind Emperor finally saw the light again. Turning his head, The Wind Emperor raised his eyebrows and then laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said weakly, "Why bother?" 10 feet away, Yang Kai stood there shakily, his whole body covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his tall dragon body was no longer there. Not only that, but even his black hair had become white and flawless, and his skin was dry and lusterless. He no longer looked like a young man in his 20s. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was in his 40s. During the battle between the two, their lifespans were constantly decreasing. Before this, he had already lost more than 2,000 years of his lifespan. Coupled with the time lost in the battle, Yang Kai had a feeling that his end was near. He knew that this feeling wasn't an illusion, but that his end was really near. Perhaps it would be a dozen years, or a few decades, or at most 100 years. This kind of injury was more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries, even if the soul was injured, could be healed, but the loss of lifespan was a fundamental loss. Apart from some heavenly treasures that could increase lifespan, there was no one in this world that could heal it. At this moment, Yang Kai could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. He wasn't having a good time, but the Wind Monarch wasn't any better. Half of his chest had collapsed, and his right arm was hanging limply. The small fan in his hand had disappeared, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. As he stood there, blood gathered at his feet and trickled down. In this world, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight a fake emperor with the power of a third-layer emperor realm cultivator. He could be proud of that. The Wind Monarch shook his head continuously. Was it worth it? Yang Kai panted and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course." The endless hourglass was so powerful that if it fell into the hands of the Wind Monarch, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If it fell into the hands of Ken Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, no matter what price he had to pay this time, as long as he could kill the Wind Monarch here and keep the endless hourglass in the flowing time temple, it would be worth it. As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his fist and smashed it at the Wind Monarch. His speed was as slow as a snail, and even a 3-year-old child could easily dodge it. The Wind Monarch's face twitched. Lunatic! He also raised his fist to meet the attack. In the darkness, the two had fought like this countless times, so they were naturally familiar with it. After a full 10 breaths, the two fists finally collided. With a loud bang, the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai both vomited blood and flew backwards. They crashed into the wall and slowly slid down. Thick blood stains were left on both sides of the wall. The Wind Monarch sat up with difficulty and leaned against the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. He laughed. "In the end, it's still me. If you die here, no one will know. I'm afraid you'll be very lonely on the road to the netherworld." The two were almost at the end of their lives, but Yang Kai's lifespan was closely connected to the endless hourglass. The hourglass was still flowing, so the Wind Monarch only needed to wait quietly for the moment when Yang Kai's lifespan ran out and died of old age. And Yang Kai's current state didn't allow him to do anything except wait for death. Therefore, the Wind Monarch was talking about himself. Although it was somewhat shameful to be beaten like this by a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, the final result was still acceptable. After Yang Kai died, the Wind Monarch only needed to continue healing here and refining the endless hourglass. Then, he would be able to control the entire flowing time temple. The day he came out of seclusion would be the day he became famous. Yang Kai was also leaning against the wall at this moment. He lowered his head, and the long hair in front of his forehead covered his eyes. He said in a low voice, "You won? I'm afraid not." The Wind Monarch sneered. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, you might as well use them. I don't have any strength to resist now. You only need to come over and give me a light punch to take my life." Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the Wind Monarch through the long hair in front of his forehead. He grinned. "I'm afraid I don't have the strength to hit you, but you can't win either." Chapter 3653. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the Wind Monarch. With a rumbling sound, a vigorous and majestic strange beast with a single horn on its forehead and black flames appeared on the stage. This strange beast looked like a horse, but it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Moreover, devil chi surged all over its body, and its aura was ferocious and tyrannical. Shockingly, it already had the appearance of a half-step saint. Yang Kai had more than 3 half-saint of demon race around him. There was also Wind Chaser in the small sealed world. He didn't summon it before because in the eternal darkness, except for himself, everyone who was shrouded by this technique would be affected. Even if he summoned Wind Chaser, it would be blind and deaf like the Wind Monarch. It wouldn't be able to help and might even cause more trouble. But now, it was different. The Wind Monarch was also like him. Summoning Wind Chaser was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Although Wind Chaser was a strange beast in the demon territory and didn't have high intelligence, it could still distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as it appeared, it looked back at Yang Kai, blinked its big eyes twice, and looked at the Wind Monarch on the other side. In an instant, its 2 eyes turned red, and its whole body was covered in monstrous demon flames. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at the Wind Monarch. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He thought that the outcome was already decided. He only needed to wait for Yang Kai to die. Who would have thought that this guy would summon such a fierce beast with a raise of his hand? He didn't recognize what kind of strange beast Wind Chaser was, but the half-saint aura was not fake. Such a fierce beast, even at his peak, would give him a headache, let alone now. Seeing Wind Chaser charging at him, the horn on its forehead flashed with a cold light. How could the Wind Monarch not know that he would definitely die if he was hit? At the critical moment of life and death, the Wind Monarch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the endless hourglass in his hand. The simple and unadorned endless hourglass suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. When the light spread, the whole flowing time temple trembled and hummed. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Wind Monarch in it. With a loud bang, Wind Chaser slammed into the light curtain and was sent flying. At the same time, the flowing time temple trembled with a buzzing sound. It was as if Wind Chaser didn't hit the light curtain, but the entire flowing time temple. Chasing Wind flew into the sky. Feng Jun and Yang Kai both looked at each other and cursed, despicable, cunning, treacherous. After cursing, they covered their chests with their hands and coughed violently. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The 2 of them had fought with their lives on the line. Now, it seemed like they were going to perish together. In the end, both of them still had a backup plan. Yang Kai felt that Feng Jun was despicable and shameless, while Feng Jun felt that Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous. However, after a few words, everyone stopped. They really didn't have the energy to curse. Whether it was Feng Jun or Yang Kai, it was probably the first time in their lives that they were so weak. On the other side, Wind Chaser landed heavily on the ground, shook his head after getting up, and once again charged in the direction of Feng Jun. A moment later, there was another loud bang and Wind Chaser was sent flying again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that he was in big trouble this time. He had been holding back and not summoning Wind Chaser because he wanted to give Feng Jun a big surprise at the critical moment. He thought that he would be able to win in one fell swoop, but who knew that Feng Jun was also hiding something? Although the light curtain activated by the endless hourglass didn't cause any damage, it was extremely tough. Wind Chaser's 2 collisions had no effect at all. With Wind Chaser's strength, there was no way to break it. If the light curtain didn't break, Feng Jun wouldn't die. If Feng Jun didn't die, Yang Kai would die. The divine sand in the endless hourglass continued to flow, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could it be that he had no choice but to escape into the mysterious small world? The mysterious small world was a world of its own. If he escaped into it, he might be able to cut off the connection between himself and the endless hourglass, but it was just a possibility. He hadn't tried it yet, so Yang Kai couldn't be sure. But this was indeed his last resort. On the other side, Feng Jun chuckled. He was very happy. Yang Kai couldn't stand it and said weakly with a cold face, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." Feng Jun shook his head and responded in an extremely weak voice, "It's useless, it's useless." The endless hourglass is not only a relic of the great emperors, but also the central control of the flowing time temple. This king stimulates the power of the hourglass and the power of the temple to protect himself. Unless this evil beast can destroy the entire flowing time temple, no one can do anything to this king. Even the great emperors can't do anything to this king. If the great emperors really come here, you can try saying that. Yang Kai said sarcastically. Ridicule aside, Yang Kai estimated that Feng Jun wasn't lying to him. At this time, there was no need to lie. Moreover, when Wind Chue collided with the light curtain twice, every time he hit the light curtain, the flowing time temple would hum for a while. It could be seen that the light curtain was indeed closely connected to the entire temple. If he couldn't destroy the flowing time temple, he couldn't hurt Feng Jun at all. But how could Wind Chue destroy the flowing time temple? This was tantamount to no solution. While the two were talking, Wind Chue had already rushed over for the third time. Feng Jun looked at Wind Chue sarcastically. This beast is good, but it's a pity that it's a waste. But don't worry, Junior, after you die, this king will have a lot of time to tame it. He thought that Wind Chue was a mount that Yang Kai had subdued. If he knew that Wind Chue was Chang Tian's mount, he wouldn't think so. Chang Tian didn't bear the name of the demon saint, but it was indisputable that he was also a demon saint. How could a mere Feng Jun subdue a demon saint's mount? Wind Chue was only close to Yang Kai because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. There was no master and servant between the two. While talking, Wind Chue had already arrived in front of Feng Jun. But this time, he learned his lesson. He didn't crash into the light curtain, but suddenly raised his hooves high and stomped down fiercely like a mountain. With this stomp, even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces. But the light curtain was only slightly dented and soon restored to its original state. But with this posture, Wind Chue avoided the fate of being blown away again. His body only leaned back slightly, and after stabilizing, he stomped down again. Every time his hooves landed, the flowing time temple would hum. For a time, this shocking sound continued to reverberate in the empty hall. Time passed, but the light curtain was still intact. Wind Chue was furious, and his mouth kept humming. From time to time, he looked back at Yang Kai, as if asking for advice on how to kill the enemy. How could Yang Kai do anything? He was still counting on Wind Chue to break the current situation. At a certain moment, when Wind Chue stomped his hooves again and the hall shook, a gentle and angry voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Noisy, noisy, witch bastard. Ouch, why did you hit me? Open your eyes and see clearly. Another voice sounded. The first voice was a man's voice, and it sounded very cheerful. The second voice was a woman's voice. Although it was only a sentence, it was melodious and very pleasant to listen to. There were other people in this hall and more than one. Feng Jun couldn't help but stare and shout, "Who is playing tricks?" He looked around vigilantly and spread out his divine sense to find people. How could he find them? In addition to him, there was only Yang Kai and the strange beast in the hall. There was no aura of others at all. Yang Kai also frowned. He knew that there were other people in the flowing time temple, and there was indeed more than one. Counting Qiongqi and Lu Yen, there were 4. But the voices of this man and woman were completely different from the 4 people he knew. They were not Lu Yen, not Qiongqi, and even more unlikely to be Yang Shao and Yang Shui. There were other people in this temple? Who were these 2 people? Yang Kai's heart sank. He vaguely felt that this matter was a bit tricky. If these 2 people had been in the temple, then where did Yang Shao and Yang Shui go? Was the encounter of Qiongqi and Lu Yen related to them? Zhui Feng's intelligence was not high, but it had a clever spirit, so when the man and woman's voices sounded, it stealthily retreated until it was in front of Yang Kai. Its big tail swung in front of Yang Kai a few times, its eyes rolled around, and its ears perked up. It looked like it was protecting Yang Kai with its eyes and ears. There was no response from the Wind Monarch's side after he shouted. This made his face a little dignified. He pondered for a moment and said, "Who are you? Why don't you show yourself?" Although he was in a difficult situation, his words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was because he had the confidence to say this. He activated the power of the hourglass and stimulated the power of the temple. Now the whole flowing time temple was protecting him. Unless someone could destroy the flowing time temple, no one could hurt him. The man and woman who did not show up and only said a few words were somewhat unfathomable, but Feng Jun was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Naturally, there was no need to be afraid of them. However, in the current situation, it was better to avoid trouble. He had to find out the identity of this man and woman first. It would be best if he could ask them face to face before making other plans. After Wind Monarch asked, there was no response from the temple. It was as if the sound he heard was just an illusion. Wind Monarch couldn't help but feel a little confused. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing the reactions of Yang Kai and Jue Feng, he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. Yang Kai must have heard it, otherwise he wouldn't have shown such an expression. Feng Jun frowned and said again in a low voice, "Please show yourself." In the deepest part of the temple, in the main hall, there was a transparent mirror the size of a water tank. The mirror was not real and was formed by a spell. It reflected the situation of Yang Kai, Feng Jun, and the others. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the mirror, looking down at the situation inside. This man and woman looked very young. The man was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and the woman was a young girl of 16 or 16 years old. The man was handsome and tall. His snow-white hair was without any blemish and was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His face was elegant, giving people a natural feeling of intimacy. The woman wore a light yellow dress. Her figure was slim and graceful, and she had red lips and a pretty nose. Her skin was snow-white, and her long black hair draped over her slender shoulders. It was soft and smooth. This young man and woman stood together, looking like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Chapter 3654. At this moment, the girl stared at the person in the mirror. Her gaze was fixed on Yang Kai. Looking at his weathered face and snow-white hair, her eyes suddenly reddened and tears flowed down her cheeks. Although the young man beside her also had long snow-white hair, his situation was different from Yang Kai's. His hair was naturally like this, while Yang Kai's lifespan was depleted too much, a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. Although the young girl had never entered the world, her cultivation was not bad, so how could she not see this point? Their hearts ached, their eyes turned red, and they shed tears. After the heartache came anger. The girl turned and looked at the Wind Monarch who was leaning against the wall. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The young man beside her was also staring at the mirror with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as if he had seen a ghost. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's 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 over, over, it's 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 over. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he shattered the void, intending to leave this place. The girl raised her hand and pinched the young man's ear with great precision, pulling him back from the void. Feeling the pain, the youth crouched beside the girl and said bitterly, "This trick again? Let's talk nicely. If you have any instructions, just say the word. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. However, please show mercy and don't pull my ear. I'm in the dragon race after all. Where will my face go if word gets out? I won't be able to be a dragon in the future." The two of them looked to be about the same age, but the young man addressed her as a child. The young girl did not find it strange at all, as if it was only natural. She glanced at him, then pointed her finger at the mirrored Lord of Wind and said calmly, "I want him to live a life worse than death." The teenager blinked. "That's it? Yes or no?" The girl continued to ask. The young man patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." After saying this, he smiled and looked at the young girl in a fawning manner. The young girl looked at him for a while before slowly letting go of her hand. After regaining his freedom, the young man rubbed his ear and stared at the mirrored Lord of Wind. He gritted his teeth for a while, as if he was bearing the grudge of his ear being pulled. After a while, he smiled gently and exhaled. Speaking of fortune, Tao is fortune. Fortune is reversed and it is still fortune. Heaven is impermanent, earth is impermanent, and people are impermanent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped into the mirror. His figure entered the mirror like a ripple and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the hall and landed in front of the Wind Monarch. The young man's face was like jade, and his smile was gentle and elegant. The Wind Monarch turned pale with fright. From his point of view, the appearance of the young man in front of him was too strange. It was as if he had come from the void, and there was no sign of him at all. Feng Jun squinted his eyes. Even with his ability, he couldn't see through the other party's strength. Of course, this was because he wasn't in his best condition, but it also proved that this young man was extraordinary. The young man's voice was the same as the one in the hall. How could the Wind Monarch not know that it was him? He immediately became serious and was about to ask about the young man's identity. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He still had a smile on his face. He stretched his hand forward and said softly, "Don't you think it's hot to take someone else's thing? It's time to return it to its owner." His expression was relaxed, as if he was not facing a fake emperor, but a scholar who could not even truss up a chicken. His posture was relaxed, as if he was just bending down to pick up a flower. The white and flawless hand easily penetrated the light curtain that shrouded the Wind Monarch. No matter how hard the wind-chasing wolf trampled, it didn't damage the curtain at all. Then, the young man pinched the endless hourglass in the Wind Monarch's hand. The endless hourglass was a treasure left by the great emperors. It was his biggest reliance here, and it was the center of controlling the flowing time temple. He used the power of essence and blood to activate the power of the temple to protect himself. Even if the great emperors came, they couldn't do anything to him unless they destroyed the flowing time temple. He had said this to Yang Kai before, and in fact it was true. But after a short while, a young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. The young man bent down, stretched out his hand, penetrated the light curtain, and pinched the endless hourglass. How could the Wind Monarch not be shocked? Such a situation was even more frightening than if a great emperor had come in person. The great emperor was here. Even if he was very powerful, he would at least be able to see some clues when he acted. However, the young man's hand did not have the slightest bit of aura. He could not see how the young man did it at all. His mind was in a trance. His left hand became light, and the endless hourglass in his hand disappeared. When he looked up again, the young man had straightened his body. The endless hourglass had appeared in his hand, and he was looking at it with interest. In an instant, the Wind Monarch was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He only felt that the blood in his body had become cold. This is the endless hourglass. The young man played with it for a while, curled his lips, and threw the hourglass behind him as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Then, the young man's expression changed. In a split second, his gentle expression turned into a ferocious one. He kicked the Wind Monarch in the chest and cursed, "It's you, the bastard, who disturbed my cultivation. Don't you know that there is a master here? Did you ask for my permission when you came in? How dare you come in without my permission? Bastard, I'll step on you to death." The young man scolded and kicked the Wind Monarch mercilessly. The Wind Monarch was stunned. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He forced himself to activate the power of the flowing time temple to protect himself, but the young man ignored the existence of the light curtain. He was trampled to the ground by the fierce kicks. A dignified fake emperor, at this moment, was like a hooligan who lost a street fight. He hugged his head and curled up on the ground, protecting his vital parts. He let the young man's big feet hit him constantly. Soon he spat out blood and was covered with footprints. Embarrassed was not enough to describe the Wind Monarch's current state. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. The sullen anger in his heart turned into a question. Who is this young man? He had been here for 100 years, recovering from his injuries and refining the endless hourglass, but he did not notice that there was someone else here. Moreover, the young man had just said something about returning the endless hourglass to its rightful owner, as if the endless hourglass belonged to him. However, the endless hourglass was clearly a relic left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could it belong to him? Yang Kai was also a little confused. The young man suddenly appeared, took away the endless hourglass, and kicked the wind monarch. All of this happened in a flash. Before he could react, a young girl appeared in front of him. As soon as the young girl appeared, she grabbed the endless hourglass that the young man had thrown. It seemed that the young man knew that the young girl would appear here, so he threw the hourglass in her direction. Although the two did not communicate at all, this simple matter showed that the two of them had a tacit understanding. However, when their eyes met, Yang Kai could not help but be a little dazed. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her red lips and looked at him, as if she was holding back her tears. What made Yang Kai dazed was not her expression at this moment, but her face. She was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember. However, what was certain was that the young girl did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, she gave Yang Kai a natural sense of intimacy. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young girl he had never met before, but a family member. Zhui Feng cried out and charged at the young girl. He did not know the situation. When he saw the young girl suddenly appear, he thought that she was going to harm Yang Kai, so he naturally loyally protected him. "Stand down." Yang Kai held his chest and shouted in a low voice. Zhui Feng understood human language and immediately stopped. He looked at Yang Kai and then at the young girl. He obediently stood beside Yang Kai, not too far away, in case something unexpected happened. "You are..." Yang Kai carefully looked at the young girl again. He was even more certain that he had seen her somewhere before, but he just could not remember. However, this kind of thing should be clear after asking. The young girl opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she began to cry. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably, like a broken string of pearls. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth with her small hands, trying her best not to cry out loud. But how could she bear it? The more she choked up, the more she cried. Her tears gathered into a stream and dripped down her small chin. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. You'll be fine once you vent it out." Hearing this, the young girl could not help but cry out loud. While crying, she said, "Big brother." Yang Kai blinked, subconsciously thinking that he should have misheard, or the young girl called him by the wrong name. In this world, there was a person who should call him Big Brother, and that person should also be in this flowing time temple, but that little girl was only a few years old when she came in. How long has it been since then? No matter what, it was impossible for her to grow up to be so slender and elegant. But when this thought passed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression could not help but shake. He carefully looked at the young girl's face. Vaguely, he seemed to see traces of his parents. That petite nose was carved from the same mold as his mother's, and that pair of black eyebrows was 70% similar to his mother's. It could even be said that the young girl's face was similar to his own. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Shui." The young girl nodded, tears splashing, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's Shui, it's Shui. Big brother." Being recognized by Yang Kai, the young girl was so excited that she could not make a sound. She walked forward and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She wanted to hug Yang Kai, but seeing that Yang Kai was not in a good state, she held back. She just held her hands on Yang Kai's cheeks and whispered, "Big brother, I missed you so much. I missed father and mother." Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hands, Yang Kai fell into a trance again, feeling as if he was in a dream. How old was Yang Shui when she entered the Four Seasons realm? It had only been a few years. At most, the little girl was 10 years old this year. 10 years old, she was still a child. But how could the young girl in front of him be only 10 years old? Chapter 3655. But the way she called him Big Brother tugged at his heartstrings. In the past, every time Yang Kai came back and went to visit his parents, the little girl would always call him that. Her crisp voice made him happy. The feeling couldn't be wrong. The girl in front of him had the same bloodline as him. This kind of connection between close relatives couldn't be faked by anyone. Therefore, Yang Kai could be sure that the girl in front of him was his only sister who would pester him every time he came back. Every time he left, she would cry and send him off. Every time he left, she would stare at his back reluctantly. Yang Shui. Yang Kai laughed, which affected his wounds. His laughter was uglier than crying. He said in surprise, "How did you?" He wanted to ask her how she suddenly grew so big, but then he remembered Feng Jun's situation. He and Feng Jun entered the Flowing Time Temple at the same time, but when he arrived here, Feng Jun had already been waiting here for 100 years. In 100 years, his injuries had healed and he had refined the endless hourglass. Feng Jun's situation could only mean that the rules of time flowing in the Flowing Time Temple were different from the outside world. Maybe it was the power of the Flowing Time Temple itself, or maybe it was the result of the restrictive spell. If Feng Jun was like this, then how many years had Yang Xiao and Yang Shui spent here since they entered a few years ago? So Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Shui choked with sobs and said, "I don't know. We have cultivated here for 500 years. 500 years. Yang Kai was speechless. No wonder the little girl suddenly became a big girl. No wonder the little girl cried as soon as she saw him. 500 years was enough for her to grow up. As a child, she left home and cultivated in solitude for 500 years. How could Yang Shui hold back her tears when she suddenly saw her close relative? Although Yang Kai was always on the move and occasionally took a long time to return home, the longest was only 20 to 30 years. What did 500 years mean? He had cultivated for only 100 years. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his hand and wiped the tears on Yang Shui's face. But he couldn't wipe them all away. One after another fell. "You're 500 years old. Why you still like a child?" As he spoke, he suddenly made a face at her. It was a game that the little girl often played when she was a child. It always made her laugh. Yang Shui laughed, and laughed. "I'm not a child." She looked at Yang's face and snow-white hair. Yang. Yang Kai rubbed her head and diverted her attention. "You've grown up like this. Is that Xiao or over there?" While speaking, he pointed to the other side. When the boy appeared, Yang Kai naturally saw him. At that time, he didn't feel anything special. He was just a little surprised that there was an outsider in the Flowing Time Temple. But he was in a bad situation and didn't care about this variable. What's more, the boy appeared to deal with the Wind Monarch. He was happy to see it. Now that Yang Shui's identity was confirmed, it was obvious who the boy was. Yang Xiao was a white dragon. He was born with a head of white hair. This characteristic wouldn't change for the rest of his life. Yang Shui didn't turn her head. She just looked at her brother and nodded. "Yes, it's Xiao." Yang Kai chuckled. "You've grown up." Suddenly, he remembered something. His face twitched slightly and he snorted. On the opposite side, Yang Xiao punched and kicked the Wind Monarch, making him vomit blood and fall to the ground. He was a dignified fake emperor. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The battle with Yang Kai had exhausted all his strength. The endless hourglass was also taken away. Not to mention Yang Xiao, even a Dao Source Realm cultivator could easily beat him. Yang Xiao beat him fiercely, but he didn't kill him. So, although the Wind Monarch was in a difficult situation, his life wasn't in danger. After finishing a set of roguish battle techniques, Yang Xiao turned around and cupped his hands to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. This child greets father. To be able to see father again in the temple, this child is overjoyed. Yang Kai was relieved and nodded repeatedly. "Good child, come over here and let me take a good look at you." Yang Xiao blinked and hesitantly responded, "Yes." While speaking, he stepped towards Yang Kai. When he got closer, Yang Xiao bowed again. "Father, please tell me what you want." "Xiao is not the same as before. I will not disappoint father." Yang Kai looked him up and down with a gratified expression. He nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. You've really grown up. It's good that you're fine. Although Yang Kai had always been certain that these two little babies entering the Flowing Time Temple was an opportunity, it was still related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, so Yang Kai had been somewhat worried. Seeing them safe and sound, seeing them grow up into adults, Yang Kai felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he could answer to the two elders of the dragon race and his parents. It was a simple sentence, but it made Yang Zhao's eyes redden. He seemed to be touched and affectionately called out, "Father." Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was hatched by Yang Kai and then left the dragon island with Yang Kai. It could be said that compared to his real parents, this father in front of him gave him a closer feeling. "Come closer." Yang Kai leaned against the wall and waved at him. His voice was weak. Yang Xiao took a few steps closer, bent down, and moved his head closer. Caught off guard, Yang Kai slapped him on the forehead. Yang Xiao was hit and staggered a step back. He covered his head with his hand and looked aggrieved. "Father, why did you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and grinned. "Father must think that I am not good at cultivation and slapped me on the forehead as a warning. I will remember this. I will work hard in the future and won't let you down." As for why Kai Yang had hit him, he was naturally very clear. Before he had appeared, he had cursed out, "Which bastard?" Although it had been unintentional, it had still included Kai Yang. As a son cursing his father, how could that be? That was why he went to find trouble with the Wind Monarch as soon as he showed up. That was why he hesitated when Yang Kai called him over. That was why Yang Kai hit him now. With Yang Kai's current state, how could he hit Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao did not dodge. This slap could be considered a lesson for the time being, and the matter was over. Yang Xiao naturally understood this layer of thinking. After being slapped, he smiled cheekily, but his heart was much more relaxed. Yang Xiao asked, "Father, how did you come in?" Old Popper said that other than him, no one else would come to this place. "That old guy is too unreliable." "Alright, who is that guy over there? He looks very powerful. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being beaten up by me. Such cultivation, such a physique." "Shut up." Yang Shui suddenly glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately shut up. He reached out and pulled his mouth from left to right, as if he was sewing his mouth with an invisible force. "Big brother, let me help you heal first." Yang Shui supported Yang Kai and helped him sit up straight. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After being interrupted by Yang Xiao, she stopped crying, but her eyes were swollen like peaches. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "My injuries are fine. I don't need your help." His injuries weren't ordinary injuries. His lifespan had been taken away. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help him. If he wanted to live, he had to save himself. He had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This way, his lifespan would be increased. Or he could go and find some treasures that could increase his lifespan. With the High Heaven Palace's current strength, it wasn't difficult to find these things. However, there was a limit to how much these treasures could increase one's lifespan. What Yang Kai needed to do was to break through to the level of a pseudo-emperor within this limited lifespan. Yang Shui said, "Don't worry, big brother. I can heal your injuries." Yang Kai was stunned. However, seeing that she had a card up her sleeve, he didn't want to disappoint her. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let me see what you've been cultivating for the past 500 years. Yang Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "I won't let you down, big brother." Saying so, she sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. She held the endless hourglass in her left hand and made a series of hand seals with her right hand. As she changed her hand seals, her emperor chi surged. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. First Order Emperor Realm. In 500 years, Yang Shui had cultivated to the First Order Emperor Realm. It wasn't too fast and couldn't be compared to his cultivation speed, but compared to most people in the Emperor Realm, it was already a blessing from the heavens. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face turned cold. It was because Yang Shui was emitting a very familiar principal strength. Under the influence of this principal strength, his perception became extremely fuzzy. Time principles? Yang Kai's eyes widened. If this kind of principal strength appeared on Yang Xiao, he wouldn't be so surprised. In the past, Yang Xiao had some special performances, and it was because of those performances that Qiongqi took the initiative to bring him into the Four Seasons realm and let him receive the inheritance and mantle of the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors. However, Yang Shui also cultivated the time principles, and from the looks of it, her attainments in the time principles were extremely good, which shocked Yang Kai. How could the time principles be cultivated by just anyone? This was an existence on par with the space principles, and to a certain extent, the time principles were more difficult to cultivate than the space principles. Yang Zhao's time principles were inherited, but what about Yang Shui's time principles? But no matter what the reason was, in the past 500 years, these two children must have had their own opportunities in this flowing time temple. This was something that others couldn't ask for, nor could they envy. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost, but it wasn't because the little girl had suddenly grown up and made progress in her cultivation. It was just that as her big brother, he didn't seem to have fulfilled his responsibility to take care of and protect his little sister. Even in Yang Shui's childhood, there were very few memories of him. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had become a big girl, and she could heal and take care of him. Chapter 3656. When Yang Xiao first appeared and took the endless hourglass from the Wind Monarch, the connection between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai was cut off. However, when Yang Shui activated her spell, this layer of connection was reconnected. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be sensed clearly. It was as if his life depended on the endless hourglass. Yang Shui didn't flip the hourglass like the Wind Monarch. Instead, she pointed at the hourglass. In an instant, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rolled and danced in the air. They broke through the restrictions of the hourglass and turned into a small sand current, spinning above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This meant that Yang Shui could activate the power of the Great Emperor's treasure. But he didn't see any trace of Yang Shui refining the hourglass. How did she do it? What's more, the hourglass had always been in the Wind Monarch's hands. The Wind Monarch had refined it here for 100 years before he could activate the power of the hourglass. But it was still limited. But Yang Shui was much stronger than the Wind Monarch. The small sand current turned 3 times and poured into the top of Yang Kai's head. It was as if they were invisible and poured into his body. Yang Kai's body shook, then he was overjoyed. Because when the 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rushed into the top of his head, he clearly felt his lost lifespan quickly returning. He raised his hand. His withered skin recovered its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood gradually became plump. This was a change visible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the naked eye was that his body gained some strength out of nowhere. His declining qi and blood were recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He spent a lot of effort and almost died together with the Wind Monarch. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just felt that the endless hourglass couldn't be taken out by the Wind Monarch. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. But afterward he was really a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. But after he died, what would happen to the sealed world bead? What would happen to the demon territory? What would happen to the billions of creatures in the star boundary? And his family and friends? So he was afraid. But now, the lost lifespan was returned to him by the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He no longer had to worry about his death. With his lifespan restored, Yang Kai's injuries' star boundary was much better. He was no longer in a state of exhaustion, he was full of energy. Yang Shui's expression was extremely serious, and some small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Obviously, this was not a small burden on her. After a stick of incense worth of time, her body began to tremble slightly and her face became extremely pale. Only then did she suddenly change her hand seals. Yang Kai only felt an itch all over his body as tiny grains of sand flew out from his pores. Looking at them carefully, what else could they be but flowing time divine sand? With Yang Shui's guidance, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand returned to the hourglass. Yang Shui took a few deep breaths. She waved her hand in front of Yang Kai like she was performing a magic trick. Immediately, a mirror appeared, reflecting Yang Kai's current appearance. She smiled and said, "Big brother, look at your current appearance. Are you satisfied with it?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and examined it carefully. There were some changes in his face, but they were negligible. At most, he was 5 or 6 years older. However, his hair was a little white, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Yang Shui sighed. "This is the best I can do now. In the future, when Xiao and I completely refine the endless hourglass, we can get back all the lifespan you lost." Good. Yang Kai was already very satisfied. He was originally in a state where he was about to die of old age. Now that he had recovered to his prime, how could he not be satisfied? Yang Shui's methods caused him to be extremely shocked. However, he knew in his heart that this wasn't Yang Shui's method, but the endless hourglass. A treasure left behind by a great emperor, its power was truly unfathomable. Previously, the Wind Monarch had only unleashed a drop in the ocean of this treasure's power. After saying that, he asked again, "How many years of lifespan did I lose?" Yang Shui's eyes turned red again. She said softly, "A few hundred years." Her face was full of self-blame. If she worked harder, she might be able to get back all of her big brother's lifespan. She only regretted that her cultivation was not enough and that she could not refine it. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. "A few hundred years is just right. How can a big brother be younger than his little sister?" As he spoke, he was about to stand up. "Big brother, don't be in a hurry to move. You should first check yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers." Yang Shui held him down and turned to look at the Wind Monarch, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. "Leave this person to me and shower." It was the first time Yang Kai had seen the little girl so murderous. When she was only a few years old, even if she was annoyed, she would only pretend to be fierce and cute. Now that she had suddenly grown up and revealed her murderous intent, Yang Kai was really not used to it. However, she was his little sister after all. He liked her no matter how he looked at her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Okay, but don't kill him. Keeping him alive is still useful." Yang Shui looked back at him and smiled. "Don't worry. If Shui wants him to live, he can't die even if he wants to." After saying this, she looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao grinned. "I'll do whatever little aunt says." Clenching his fists, he walked toward the Wind Monarch amidst the crackling sounds. The Wind Monarch's body and mind were cold, and his hands and feet were cold. Although he was not in good condition, at least his hearing was still there. The conversation between Yang Kai, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao had entered his ears. How could he not know that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were Yang Kai's people? This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship was late and met with a headwind. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been taken away, the shrine guardian was gone, and the enemy had 2 fierce characters. What chance did he have of winning? He was also traumatized by Yang Zhao's beating just now. Therefore, when he noticed that Yang Xiao was walking toward him with a malicious look, the Wind Monarch hurriedly said, "I would rather die than be humiliated. Give me a quick death. I will wait for you on the road to hell." Yang Xiao grinned. "You trash. Didn't you hear what my little aunt said? If she wants you to live, you can't die even if you want to." He bent down and raised his hand, lifting the Wind Monarch up like a dead dog. On the other side, Yang Shui didn't even look back. She pointed her finger, and a dark light shot out from her fingertip and hit the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch's expression changed instinctively. He thought that the other party was going to kill him. However, he soon calmed down. Falling into the enemy's hands, dying a quick death was better than being tortured. But when the dark light entered the Wind Monarch's body, he was surprised. Because there was dark energy hidden in the light. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also very beneficial to him. The Wind Monarch could clearly feel that his injuries were recovering quickly. The wounds caused by Yang Xiao were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some strength was gradually growing in his body. But it was not enough to break free from Yang Zhao's grasp. He struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. Yang Zhao grinned at him. "A good show is about to begin. Please enjoy it." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and smashed the Wind Monarch to the ground. Yang Zhao was a dragon race and was born with great strength. He had cultivated in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years and obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. His strength could already be considered as a strong master. When he smashed the Wind Monarch, there was a rumbling sound. The Wind Monarch fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body arched. Yang Zhao rushed forward. His fists turned into shadows and smashed on the Wind Monarch's body. He did not use too much strength. He only activated a little bit of his physical strength. Every punch caused the Wind Monarch great pain, but it did not harm his life. After a while, the Wind Monarch was beaten like a dead dog. He was only breathing out air. Fortunately, he was a fake emperor and had a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Yang Zhao. But then again, Yang Zhao wanted to keep him at the edge of life and death. If he really died, there would be no way for him to avenge his father and little aunt. When Yang Zhao stopped, Yang Shui flicked another dark light into the Wind Monarch's body. Just like before, the Wind Monarch's injuries improved and his strength recovered. For a moment, he was a little shocked. Again, Yang Zhao yelled and pounced on Yishiwen. Another round of punches. Yang Kai was also amazed. 2 times, Yang Shui had only shot out a dark light and the Wind Monarch had such obvious changes. With his eyesight, he could not see the mystery behind it. He could not help but frown and ask, "Is it a healing technique?" Yang Shui had been staring at her big brother without blinking, as if she could not get enough of him. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "It's not healing, but it has a healing effect." "Then what is it?" "Time reversal." Yang Shui saw that Yang Kai was interested and immediately explained with enthusiasm. Back then, Uncle Qiongqi wanted to take Xiao to the Four Seasons realm. He said that Xiao was born with extraordinary talent and was a good candidate to cultivate the law of time. He came here to accept the inheritance of the great emperors. At that time, I was still young and at the age where I wanted to play, so I wanted to go with Xiao. Uncle Qiongqi could not persuade me and could only agree. Sister Lu Yan also accompanied me to protect me, so we came here together. After explaining the past, Yang Shui continued, Xiao was indeed gifted and was the best candidate to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, but he could not control his temper. It just so happened that I was there, so we often played here together. Later, after a long time, I began to miss my parents and you, so I clamored to go back. However, it was easy to enter the Four Seasons realm, but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. Sister Lu Yan taught me how to cultivate, and it was peaceful for a while. My cultivation gradually entered a good state, so I discussed our cultivation with Xiao. Then I found that what he cultivated was very simple for me. Uncle Qiongqi was also surprised when he learned about it. After several tests, he found that I could also cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, so from that time on, I studied the law of time with Xiao until today. However, Xiao and I have different research directions. Xiao cultivates the future, while I cultivate the past. While speaking, Yang Shui raised her hand again and pointed at the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch had just been ravaged by Yang Zhao, so with this finger, he recovered a lot. Yang Shui said with a smile, "That's it. To a certain extent, I can turn back time. His current state is the state he was in after his battle with you, big brother." Chapter 3657. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was divided into 2. Yang Zhao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the Flowing Time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord, and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He, who truly controlled the law of time, should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued, because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Shower and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Shao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Shao and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Cheong-chi had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Cheong-chi in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Cheong-chi's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Shao and Yang Shui's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Shao. Puzzled, she asked, Big Brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure? Logically speaking, the flowing time temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire flowing time temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Shao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Mo Tian Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Cheong-chi? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, when Shower and I cultivated the time principles, the flowing time temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Cheongchi asked Shower and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yen. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time. After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Cheongchi and Lu Yen had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yen and Cheongchi before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Cheongchi's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release." As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Cheongchi's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Cheongchi was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely think that this guy was not a good person. But then again, Cheongchi was not a good person. How could the name of the ancient divine spirit be a rumor? "Greetings, young master. Why is young master here?" Cheongchi looked fierce, but his words were polite. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't mention young master anymore." When Cheongchi was being chased by Li Wui and Jiao Feng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to meet Yang Kai outside the Sky Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to use Yang Kai's name to get rid of his crisis. After some words, he became Yang Kai's young master. Of course, it was because he was seeking protection, but it was also because Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now it seemed that this title had to be changed. After all, it was not Yang Kai who had inherited the mantle of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, but Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Cheongchi also understood. After pondering for a while, he changed his title and said, "Why is Old Master here?" He was promoted from Young Master to Old Master in an instant. Yang Kai was speechless. But thinking about it carefully, the flowing time Great Emperor was the only master of the old Qiong. Since Yang Shui and Yang Shao had become the disciples of the Great Emperors, then they were his young masters. Yang Kai was Yang Zhao's adoptive father and Yang Shui's elder brother. It was not wrong to call him Old Master. Not wanting to dwell on this, Yang Kai said, "Let Shui tell you." Although most of his lifespan had returned to his body, the fierce battle had exhausted him. He would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest. Yang Shui knew about her elder brother's situation, so she immediately told him everything. Hearing that the guy called Feng Jun had actually held the remains of the great emperors, laid down a great formation, and urged the power of the remains to summon the flowing time temple. After being destroyed by Yang Kai, he used the remains to break through the void and escape into the temple. After obtaining the endless hourglasses, Cheongchi could not help but frown. The process of the matter was not complicated. Yang Shui explained it clearly in a few words. If there was anything that Yang Kai did not understand, he would add on. After that, Yang Shui said, "Uncle Cheongchi, Shui wants to know why Master's remains are wandering outside, and where is his tomb?" The flowing time Great Emperors had already fallen. This was known to all. Everyone thought that the tomb of the Great Emperors was in the flowing time temple, but only Cheongchi, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui knew that there was no tomb of the Great Emperors in the temple. There was only the inheritance of the Great Emperors in the temple. As the disciple of the Great Emperors, Yang Shui now had the responsibility and obligation to understand this. If not for other reasons, at the very least, she and Yang Shao had to pay tribute to the legacy of the Great Emperors. Hearing this, Cheongchi slowly shook his head. "The old master does not have a tomb." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Shui also looked at him inquiringly. If there was no tomb, then where did the Wind Lord get the remains of the Great Emperors? He couldn't have just picked them up from the roadside, right? Cheongchi said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since we've come to this point, it's useless to hide it." After a pause, Cheongchi continued, Back then, the old master was a genius and broke through the law of time. It only took him 1,000 years to prove the great Tao, gain the recognition of this world, and become the great emperors. When the old master was still alive, he could be said to be in the limelight and invincible in the world. Invincibility is the loneliest. The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the flowing time temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Qiong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Qiongqi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Qiongqi was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the flowing time temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Qiong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. The remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 3658. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the flowing time great emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hongchen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now, nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered. But the souls of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the flowing time great emperor and the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were in the same era, these 2 would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor couldn't withstand it? In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Qiongqi. After the endless hourglass returned, Qiongqi was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master, but he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the flowing time temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Qiongqi's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Old Qiong, you're not kind." Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Qiongqi was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor, They had become the disciples of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Qiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, Shui and Xiao were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this. Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then, Yang Shui looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi shook his head. There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the flowing time temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary, but this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the wind monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? While speaking, Qiongqi turned his head to look at the wind monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor would fall on the wind monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Qiongqi were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the wind monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the wind monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Xiao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then he would be beaten up by Yang Xiao. The wind monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the wind monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely, "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The wind monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the wind monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. Where did you get that skeleton? Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The wind monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words, Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as associate. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters who entered the sect later than him were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, his cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart and he slaughtered the entire Lu island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Pathmaster, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor, Qin. Qin was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Qin planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors, in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Qin had to guard the passage between the 2 worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the 2 worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the 4 Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life-and-death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the 2 freaks, Yang Shao and Yang Shui, and even Qiongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Qiongqi frowned. Only 1 remains? The Wind Monarch weakly replied, only 1. At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only 1, then there should only be 1. Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years? The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right? Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. Take us there. Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Shao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Shao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. Chapter 3659. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion." Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head. "Big brother will wait for you." If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the flowing time temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Lu Yen up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Lu Yen and Qiongqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the Four Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Lu Yen and Qiongqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the flowing time temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Qiongqi would definitely follow Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Taoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Ru Meng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Heng Luo star field, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Heng Luo star field and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life. But if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined this city, Everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for Yang Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wu-yi refining Indefinite Mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation of the Tao of Space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of Space world shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so Yang Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wu-yi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wu-yi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but Yang Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wu-yi had given Yang Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wu-yi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for Yang Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So Yang Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wu-yi's life of cultivation. Yang Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Lu Yan did not come to disturb him. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and Yang Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Wind Chue was restless. After Yang Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Lu Yan. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From Yang Kai, Qiongqi and Lu Yan also knew that Wind Shui was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Lu Yan had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shui's clear voice sounded in his ear. "Big brother, wait a moment. Shao and I will be done soon." Yang Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said, "Soon." And soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later that the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Shao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled. "Where did the joy come from?" Yang Shao said, "Seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just picking up the wisdom of others." 10 years of studying Li Wui's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Shao also shook his head. "Today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao." Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, "When did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Shao said seriously, "Everything this child has today was given to me by father. I dare not accept father's praise." "Bastard." Yang Kai scolded with a smile. "Are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked?" I wouldn't dare." Yang Shao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. "Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now." "Okay, I'm still young." Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Lu Yan, and Jue Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light." He looked around and said, "If you're ready, let's go." Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Shao. Yang Shao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Shao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, "Rise!" Rumble. The flowing time temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The flowing time temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the flowing time temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Shao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the flowing time temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, it and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured Wind Monarch with a fierce beast like Shui Feng. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo to the Seven Fog Sea and give the two half-saint to Li Wui. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic qi wrapped Bai Ya, Bai Zhuo and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't panic. The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Kacha. The void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Qiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor. The old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the Wind Monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the 4 great monarchs under the Tao Master would become 3 great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Windchaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo and asked, how is it? Previously, he had chased the Wind Monarch into the Four Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these 2 half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. They didn't die, the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Ru Meng and Bai Liamo, your hair has turned white? The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. I've aged a few hundred years. Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few hundred years was considered young. They are. The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the 2 children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. Shui? Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greet's second uncle. The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo over and placed them in front of him. The 2 half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the 2 children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The 2 children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the 2 half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the 2 half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Bai Ya roared, "Give me your lives." Bai Zhuo shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the 2 half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in midair. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The two half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Qiongqi and Lu Yan, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Bai Zhuo said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know." Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Shao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the flowing time temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Qiongqi also told him that the power in the flowing time temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it, and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Matian Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Bai Zhuo could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Bai Zhuo. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the flowing time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenye's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of demon Heavenly Tao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled. Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded, all right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, "Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction." He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way. This is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect, so he quickly identified the direction and pointed, this way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Windchaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Lu Yen and Qiongqi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-ranked demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the eastern sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the 3rd day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, There was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the emperor realm, but now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time Great Emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the Great Emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the Eastern Sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Lu Yen and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Lu Yen stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Xiong each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Qiongqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. "You really found something?" Shui-er's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Qiongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the 2 of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 3662. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Yang Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, He was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Shao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." The sea monster mussel replied, "Where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you." Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Shao was furious. "Bastard!" He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Zhao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Zhao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Shao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. "Why are you chasing after it?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. The clam demon has something left behind by Master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Shao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Qiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. "Little master, are you sure?" He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the Lingering Island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. "Shui, wouldn't dare to be careless about master's matters," Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Shao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Shao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the space spirit bead. Under the surging power of the law of space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Shao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clam shell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clam shells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Shao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Shao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clam shells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Shao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demon's beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Shao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Zhao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Shao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled. "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Zhao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Shao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Shao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demon's lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Shao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the flowing time great emperor, greets senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the flowing time great emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly. It was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious. "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far." Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now? Yang Shui hurriedly said, My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king. Reasons? The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it. Yang Shui said politely, I want to ask for something from my king. Yang Shao calmed down and couldn't help but say, Hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Shao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic chi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled. We want to ask for something, Yang Shui said. Don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king. Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, Don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned. My king, did you misunderstand something? What misunderstanding? The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, Get out of my way. It's not good to anger me. Chapter 3663. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, Excuse me. When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Shao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This king's cave mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can? As he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Zhao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The clam demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. How dare you? The clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the Clam Clan, 4 half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Qiongqi transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Lu Yen pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Lu Yen or Qiongqi, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the 4 half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Xiongqi and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the 2 young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 4 half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, "This time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang Air will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, "King!" There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at Yang Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, "King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them." "Fight." "King, give the order." Bang Bang Air shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clam demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clam demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang Air's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang Air turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Xiao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage, desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clam demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. You don't want this? Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, You don't want this? Yang Kai shook his head seriously, I don't want it. What human didn't want the clam demon's monster core? The clam demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clam demon's monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee. As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clam demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clam demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui. Then what do you want? Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit. A skeleton. Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, What skeleton? Yang Shui said with a smile, This little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king. Please take it out for me to see. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. Impossible. When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people. Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. What does the king mean? Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Yang Shui said, I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now. Bang Bang Air nodded. I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clam clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you? I don't think you're that old. After nodding, Bang Bang Air shook his head again. Yang Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back. Bang Bang Air suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, I heard you mention the descendant of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Then his master's name, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors. Yang Shui replied. Bang Bang Air gasped and said in surprise, The Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors? Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the Clam Clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang Air showed a complicated expression. I see, no wonder. Yang Shui asked curiously, My king means, Bang Bang Air quickly waved his hand, I don't dare, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness. As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang Air of the Clam Clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 3664. When they first met, the leader of the Clam Clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the Clam Clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam Clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this, king? Bang Bang smiled. There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Bang was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity. Yang Shao blinked. Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master? This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Bang nodded quickly. Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam Clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead? Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Bang shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Bang, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam Clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Shao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Qiongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang Air took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The flowing time Great Emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the flowing time Great Emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clam family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizhuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand. "Since you are Shizhuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, It was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the flowing time great emperor. Yang Shao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself. "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old. Compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shurzuan's remains." When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shurzuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Shurzuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune. Bang Bang Air said, "To be honest, the Clam clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy." Bang Bang Air was the leader of the Clam clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shurzuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, "The Shurzuan is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Shurzuan's name, but we also know that the Shurzuan has a successor in the world. The Clam clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Air." Yang Shui said, "Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank Your Majesty for returning the remains." Bang Bang Air waved his hand and said, "That's what we should do. The Shurzuan has protected our Clam clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned." She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang Air said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, "If Shurzuan's remains are returned to me, will it affect Your Majesty's body?" Bang Bang Air lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, "It would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years." Yang Shui nodded and said, "In the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate Your Majesty." "That's not necessary." Bang Bang Air kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, "It's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang Air has another important thing to tell the two of you." Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to bother you." They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the Clam clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang Air was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, "Our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for Your Majesty." When the Majesty shouted, The little clams also shouted. In an instant, the clam clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Lu Yen was at the side, Qiongqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars. Entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Bang, stood at the side and explained respectfully, "The Clam Clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. An ancestor set up this thing here for the Clam Clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the Great Emperors." Bang Bang was shocked. The flowing time Great Emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it? How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, "This is the wish of my Clam Clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my Clam Clan's fortune." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qiongqi. Among this group of people, only old Qiong had seen the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Great Emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Qiongqi expectantly. Old Qiong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Qiong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Qiong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Qiong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Qiong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The flowing time Great Emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Qiong restored the honor of the Great Emperors, everyone found that the flowing time Great Emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the Great Emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang Air led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The Clam clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful Clam clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even Clam clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the two esteemed disciples of the supreme divinity. Bang Bang Air was very happy and kept toasting. Although the Clam clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their homebrewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Bang suddenly said, "I'd like to let the two of you know that in this sea, it's not only the Clam clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us." The Clam clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor as the Divine Venerables. Thus, the 2 disciples of the Divine Venerables were the Venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, you mean," Bang Bang smiled and said, "This is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the two of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore." He paused for a moment, then said, "The supreme god's remains of my Clam clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the Clam clan isn't the only one that has received the supreme god's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the supreme god's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea." Upon hearing this, Yang Shao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Bang. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are?" Bang Bang smiled and said, "I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely." Yang Shui and Yang Shao asked together, "Where?" 50,000 miles west of our Clam clan's territory is the Shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the supreme god's remains in his hands. "Most likely?" Yang Shao raised his eyebrows. Bang Bang said, "Because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the supreme god's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan's situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess." This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Shao immediately stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. "Little Ant, what do you think?" Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little Ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, "Let's go together." Bang Bang quickly said, "Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan's situation is quite different from our Clam clan's situation. They might not be willing to return the supreme god's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too." Yang Shao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp?" If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Shao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Bang to explain anything and continued, "This is a family matter of the flowing time Great Emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it." No matter what Bang Banger's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp clan had the remains of the Great Emperors, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Bang was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Shao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, "Then, Bang Bang wishes both your Majesties a great victory." After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time Great Emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Bang pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Xiongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Shao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, "Father, what did you find?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui. "You have all grown up." Yang Shao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, "When you grow up, you have to walk your own path." Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood. "Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave?" Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Shao." Yang Kai's face became serious. "Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yen and Uncle Cheongqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people." Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Shao became excited. "Then let Elder Auntie and Old Cheong go with Father. Little Auntie and I will take care of Shizhuan's matter." Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yen and Cheongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled. "Although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizhuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids." "Father, I am more than 500 years old." Yang Shao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, "Although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful." After a pause, he said, "If you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead." Yang Shao and Yang Shui nodded together. "We will remember. Also, when you are done here, Shao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, Father, you are so long-winded." Yang Shao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. "Then I won't be long-winded. Go." Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Shao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Cheongqi, and Lu Yen stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, "Let's follow them. Unless it is a life or death situation, try not to make a move." Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the two kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yen and Cheongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yen and Cheongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Cheongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the two kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Cheongqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yen, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Cheongqi. With Cheongqi and Lu Yen secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in midair. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, "GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood." A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the 7 Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shermo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Shur-Emo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Shur-Emo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Shur-Emo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the Seven Mist Sea. There were only 2 reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Shur-Emo's body. The first was that Shur-Emo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhang Wu-Hen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left. The great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Shur-Emo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the star boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the great emperors a Space Spirit Bead for no apparent reason, Zhang Wu-Hen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-rank demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint's speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Tell Kenyi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head. When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-ranked demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-ranked demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kenyi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kenyi definitely could. If he really encountered Kenyi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhang Wu-Hen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-ranked demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words. Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Can Yi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Can Yi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the battle of Eternal Heaven, Ming Yu was alone and without help. Can Yi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Ming Yu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Can Yi's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Ming Yu's back. Can Yi had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Ming Yu's death. Yang Kai had received Ming Yu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Can Yi had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. You're still looking. Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised two fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the Space Spirit Bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wu Hen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wu Hen." "Get out," Yang Inflammation said. Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Chapter 3667. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Can Yi is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wu-yi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Ru Meng, and Bai Liemo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but Yang Inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the Star Realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the Star Realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Hyoji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang Yen changed the topic. Do you need something from me? If there was nothing else, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master? I want to see him," Yang Kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kenye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang Kai was stunned. The two masters are looking for Kenye's whereabouts? He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kenye was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kenye, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kenye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Zhan Wu Hen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kenye. That must be it, my ass. Yang Kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Zhan Wu Hen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Zhan Wu Hen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang Kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. And I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang Kai still wanted to find Zhan Wu Hen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang Kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhang Wuhen about the hardships of the Zhanfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Zhang Wuhen, there was no need to mention this matter. If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you? Yang Yan couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? Yang Kai blinked and looked at her. Yang Yan said curiously, haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you. Yang Kai shook his head. I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower plains unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yan was still smiling. When did you try it? You can try it again now. Yang Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Hung Luo star field. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yang Yan explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower plains of the territory, you can use the source of the lower plains of the territory to find the root of your birth. Yang Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Hung Luo star field and returned to the lower plains of the lower plains, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains, he could feel the existence of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains. If he couldn't break the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Hung Luo star field was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Yang Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhang Wuhen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the star court? What does it look like? He had heard of the star court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang Yan smiled. Star Court is just a name. It's not a place. Ah. Yang Kai was surprised. Yang Yan explained, a long, long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, how could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving great emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the great emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, The people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the great emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the great emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the great emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the great emperors, it could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the great emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hung Luo star field with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Young Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory or had the support of the great emperor's restrictions, such as the people in the star court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Young Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, "The wind is laughing? How did you catch him?" "You know him," Yang Kai smiled. "How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way. He is very famous." Yang Yan smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yan looked Yang Kai up and down again. "No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay?" Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yan was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yan nodded. "I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wu Yi later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy. Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Yang Inflammation chuckled. No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't insist. I'm leaving. Come back early. Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hung Luo star field, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hung Luo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, 2 fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The 2 fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the red fleet while his right hand at the black fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the 2 fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the 2 fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the 2 fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the 2 fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the 2 fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce gales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wu-yi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wu. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. One had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone. But Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, this meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Baiya, and Baizhuo appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic chi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Baiya and Baizhuo both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the avatar hurriedly explained. Baizhuo and Baiya hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low-level and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Baiya and Baizhuo didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, "Generally speaking, people above the Origin King realm who come to this world have bad luck." The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here. Why is that? Baizhuo frowned. The Dharmakaya said, "The territory of this star field doesn't like you." What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? Then why are you fine? Baya asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai. The territory of this star field is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away? Why is he asleep? Baizhua asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. "My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest." While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the star field. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baya took a deep breath and said, "Brother, if I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Baizhua also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Baizhua and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Baizhua and Baya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteor. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed. "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again, his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded, "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the star field, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. They were just 2 small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the 2 half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the 2 of them. "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhuan nodded lightly, "It's spectacular and beautiful." Baiya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The 2 half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Baiya smiled arrogantly, "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Baiya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Baiya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Baiya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Baiya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the star field's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the 2 half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the 2 half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the 2 half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid's sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the star field. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was 1.5 years, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fog Sea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chong Tian, Yu Ruming, Bai Liemo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the Great Emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fog Sea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fog Sea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wu-yi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fog Sea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy's situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. "Who is it?" At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin-returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a First-Order Origin King. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. In the early years, all the Origin Kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the Origin King realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently. "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." Chapter 3671. "You seem to be injured," Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, Then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction. I'm afraid they're looking for you." As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed, and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat, "Humph." Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran, "Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the dead star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the dead star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, "I have no grievances with them, they shouldn't do anything to me, right?" The woman glanced at him and sneered, "Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever sand scorpion passes, not even a blade of grass grows?" "Sand scorpion?" Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, "Enough nonsense. If you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now." The dignified high-ranked demon king, the guardian of Heng Luo Star Field, was being scolded by a mere first-order origin king. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what Sand Scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every star field. They were more or less, strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the star field, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the star field, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Heng Luo Star Field used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, a burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while, but seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead. "It's broken." Yang Kai nodded and said, "The situation is not good. They're about to catch up." "Can you shut up?" The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed, "I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's Boundless Sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous." Kai Yang was stunned. "You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this?" Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this, it was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial." After saying so, her expression eased a lot. "Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai sniffed. What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly? The woman sneered, Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master. At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. You killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother. So ruthless? Yang Kai was shocked. The woman named Mei Jiao sneered. Sand Scorpion style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky. She turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, Are you afraid? Yang Kai said angrily, Such a deranged person, the heavens will not tolerate it. Major laughed, The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation? The delicate woman laughed wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth and return it to its former glory. Yang Kai stared at her. Miss, you have great ambition. Mei Jiao snorted coldly, If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Master of this territory? What do you mean? Mei Jiao frowned and looked at him. Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master? Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Mei Jiao said, What an ignorant boy, this territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one star field great emperors. Later, forget it, let's not talk about that guy, he is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life. Yang Kai was very guilty. Do you know that guy? Naturally, I don't know him. Major gritted her teeth. If I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will. Star Territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Yang Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Mei Jiao's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star Territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hengluo Star Field also suffered a lot. Mei Jiao seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly, her hand tightened, and Mei Jiao's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Yang Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red. Why are you grabbing my hand? Yang Kai quickly explained, Don't be impulsive, I just want to give you something. Before Mei Jiao could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Mei Jiao frowned. What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Yang Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can... Are you out of your mind? Mei Jiao glared at Yang Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries? With her origin king realm cultivation, she couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Yang Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Yang Kai. With a cold expression, she said, "Speak, are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" Yang Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Mei Jiao didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Mei Jiao still questioned, "Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer." Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, "Hit!" A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Mei Jiao's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Mei Jiao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Mei Jiao could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Mei Jiao's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire Star Territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Mei Jiao's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Mei Jiao raised her hand, "Wait." But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Mei Jiao annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Mei Jiao had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Mei Jiao would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the second territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could Yang Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this. Immersing his mind, Yang Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the second territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the second territory buzzed constantly as strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, don't be afraid." His voice spread to every corner of the second territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd, with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around Yang Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd sealed world bead in one hand, Yang Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, Yang Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, Yang Kai's eyes widened and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact while the small bead spun in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principles surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When Yang Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand. In just a few dozen breaths, the bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by Yang Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did Yang Kai truly relax. Success! After returning to the territory of the star field for more than a decade, the hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared, and although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side. "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer though, as Yang Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, Yang Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally, the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Yang Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Star's boundless sex Meijio, greets master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of star territory?" Meijio asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone Yang Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the star field. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the dead star, and then the dead star disappeared and a strange man appeared in front of her, over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Yang Kai was the master of star territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the star field with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this star territory, besides the mysterious master of star field, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Yang Kai didn't deny it and smiled. "Yes, I am that, the irresponsible master of star territory." Meijio was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. "If she has offended you, please forgive her, master." Chapter 3673. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right." Since he became the master of the star territory, he went to the star boundary. How could he manage the matters of the star territory? It was indeed irresponsible. Seeing that Meijio still wanted to say something, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I just finished a big thing and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while." Meijio's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Yang Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the star territory, He could even create stars out of thin air. What in the star territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Yang Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Yang Kai was the master of the star territory, Meijio had a lot of complaints about the master of the star territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the star territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the star territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master, naturally, was busy with big things. While Yang Kai was meditating, Meijio secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the star territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin-si, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Meijio couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape. Looking at the entire star territory, she was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Meijio hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. Master, you have worked hard. Yang Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Meijio's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Meijio accepted this and said with a radiant face, "Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired." In any case, she was an origin king. Not to mention guarding for a dozen days, she could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, "Now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go. Many thanks." Kai Yang looked at her. "Is there something else?" Meijio blinked and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, "If Master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange." "Strange?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How is it strange?" Meijio shook her head. "I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for Master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there." Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Meijio suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. What disciple said is absolutely true. "Master, please understand." Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me take a look." Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the star territory's source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Meijio thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you." As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Meijio calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Meijio in his demonic chi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Meijio still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Meijio was absent-minded. "This is," Yang Kai sneered. "Someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory." This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hengluo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Meijio reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again?" Last time, it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hengluo star field but lost a large part of the star field. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other, so when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the great desolate star territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before, he didn't notice it at first until Meijio reported it. Meijio said coldly, "It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go and gather all the major forces in the star territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon, he made a decision and said to Meijio, beside him, "Quickly retreat, I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Meijio didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic chi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Meijio felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Meijio looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the star field, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Meijio had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the great desolate star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the star field in the star field. Meijio was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock, because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Dao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Meizhou followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Meizhou wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wukong. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Meizhou's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored he's actually playing chess with himself. And it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at Yang Kai for a while, and laughed. "Why are you here?" Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion and looked down at the old man with hostility. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Previously, when the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yang Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Wukong who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Wukong, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hongchen was in the same body as him, Yang Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Wukong was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Yang Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Kai entered the pavilion, and Meizhou also followed him in. She stood behind Yang Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god's stone. It could be seen that the master of the star territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the star territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Wukong blinked and then smiled. "That star territory is yours?" He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see Yang Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. "What do you think?" Yang Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Wukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely. "I'm about to win. Look at you. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, sigh?" Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Wukong laughed. "Do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that?" There was no need for him to say anything. After Yang Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Yang Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai. "Mana? Have you become the demon race?" When Yang Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when Yang Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. "What are you doing?" Wukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look?" Yang Kai coldly said, "You can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free." Wukong smiled and nodded. "If you have any questions, just ask." Yang Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wu Guang. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then, he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Meijio didn't understand why Yang Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Meijio suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, "Master, this chessboard and chess pieces, I know." Yang Kai nodded. Meijio's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing Yang Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Meijio's origin king realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. Meijio was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Wukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hongqin is here. If you can kill me, then do it." Meijio thought that Wukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hongqin. Since the great emperors of Hongqin could play chess with Wukong, they could naturally stop him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Wukong would harm him. Wukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hongqin in this world. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned, "Greetings, senior. This junior is very happy to see that senior is well." Wukong nodded and looked at Meijio, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. "She is from the star territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over." Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to Meijio, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hongqin were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Wukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Wukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but Meijio's face turned pale and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the Supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Wukong didn't force her and just sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Wukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking, he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territory." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Wukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this?" Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hung Luo star field. But now, it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Wukong chuckled, "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as wash basins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas, the cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust, there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic qi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked. "You know about demonic qi?" Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously. "I know a lot of things you don't know." "Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why are you here? What is this place?" Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic qi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. "This is the ancestral territory," Wukong replied. "Nonsense." Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before, so how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "A small world?" Wukong smiled and shook his head, "A large world." Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Meijio had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, "There must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge sea that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look. Open your divine sense." Wishful thinking. Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. "You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory." Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory, so refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head. "I can't tell you that." After a pause, he said, "But since you are here, I have something I need your help with." "Do you think I will help you?" Yang Kai sneered. Wukong ignored him and continued, "I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter. Whether that star domain has a master or not, no matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes, I want them all." Yang Kai's voice trembled. "If you want to die, I can help you." Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself. "I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years." Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "I've always been like this." The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore, don't you think?" Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, "What are you scheming?" Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then, a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Meijio, who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Girl, can you make tea?" Meijio didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, "I know a little." Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. "Thank you." Wukong gestured with his hand. Meijio glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Meijio really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, "This king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on." Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. "I'm done." Wukong smiled. "That's all. Do you think I'll believe you?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, "Of course you won't believe me." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows, and he agrees." Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Duan Hongchen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hongchen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source Realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hongchen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Duan Hongchen would never agree. Looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge sea, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Senior, is what he said true?" Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. This time, Duan Hongchen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind, and said in a helpless tone, "Although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together." Yang Kai was surprised, not because Duan Hongchen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hong Chen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as heaven-devouring great sovereign. But now, listening to Duan Hongchen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Duan Hongchen continued, "But you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory. Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart, and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Duan Hongchen replied, this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know. If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Duan Hongchen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined and integrated into the ancestral territory? Duan Hongchen said, your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory. Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong. According to his and my estimation, if all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is 1 or 2 star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time and then said, what will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory? The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary? Roots and tree crown? There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hongchen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, seeing Senior again today, Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to destroy Wukong's soul, Duan Hongchen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere. This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hongchen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hongchen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant? Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior? Wukong smiled and said, I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament? Yang Kai sneered and said, according to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then? Wukong chuckled and said, I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hong Chen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it. After a pause, he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink." While they were talking, Mei Jiao had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mei Jiao. Mei Jiao was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness." In front of the Master of the Star Territory and the Master of the Star Territory, even the Master of the Star Boundary Territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. "Just drink it, it's definitely good stuff," Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Mei Jiao's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Mei Jiao's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Mei Jiao heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup in just a few mouthfuls. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Mei Jiao's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hongchen's voice sounded in his mind. If it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength. These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the Star Boundaries territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, "The two of you should know about the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, right?" Wukong smiled. "It's a pity that we didn't meet before death." Since ancient times, the Star Boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the other was the flowing time Great Emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker? Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, before the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the Flowing Time Great Emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Wukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Wukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know? You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Wukong coldly snorted, "This king has also been beaten to death, what's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough, who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the Flowing Time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Master left a Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the Four Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the Flowing Time Temple from the Four Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time. Wukong frowned. What does this mean? That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor? Yang Kai nodded. That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the great emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then. Wukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time great emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time great emperor himself did not do any evil, so how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued, the flowing time great emperor master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi as his mount. Although the flowing time great emperor died, Qiongqi is still alive, and has been guarding the flowing time temple ever since. By chance, Qiongqi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the flowing time great emperor master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe, and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the flowing time great emperor master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the flowing time great emperor master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe, and finally died. Wukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued, the flowing time great emperor master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Wukong, have you also traveled the universe like the flowing time great emperor master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe? No one knew who was stronger between Wukong and the flowing time great emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average great emperors. If the flowing time great emperor could travel the universe, Wukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Wukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Wukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, I don't know anything about the flowing time great emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. You really have been outside the universe. Wukong shook his head. I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Wukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Wukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Meijio's arms. Take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough. Meijio was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Wukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, Meijio was really grateful and frightened. Wukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it. Meijio's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted, Thank you, senior. She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Wukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, "Don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it?" If Wukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So, he nodded and said, "All right. But let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go." Wukong chuckled, "Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you." Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, "Senior, what are your orders?" The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon, it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Wukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. "Did something big happen in the upper plane recently?" Yang Kai said calmly, "Senior, you mean," Duan Hongchen said, "about 15 years ago, this old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it?" After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Wukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, "Master Mingyu has died." Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, "Mingyu is dead? How did she die?" Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Mingyu have died for no reason? "Master Mingyu died at the hands of this junior," Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Meijio looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Mingyu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Mingyu was a top powerhouse and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plains territory. Meijio couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchen gently nodded. "No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Mingyu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why." Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry? He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Mingyu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 3677. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Mingyu was promoted to Great Emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as Great Emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, "Was he facing a certain death situation, and then asked you to kill him?" No. With your temperament, I'm afraid that even if Mingyu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Mingyu died at your hands, you obtained his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and star boundary. Am I right? Four eyes met, Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about star boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Mingyu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be that when Mingyu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Mingyu didn't die in the star boundary? Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Mingyu Master died is indeed not in star boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out two words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yang Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Yang Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xia Sheng, to accompany a woman named Hua Yulu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Yang Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple, Ti Yang and the others, and Yang Kai and An and the others chased after him. They Chuan Hongchen's demons, and finally, Yu and possessed Hu's, and Yu and the Hong Yu, and Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hongchen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror, trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Duan Hongchen nodded. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, the demon nest was unsealed and the awakening of demon sense took over. The southern territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's Shadow Great Emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadow Kill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Ken Yi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's shadow demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the star boundary. Even with Duan Hongchen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadow Kill Hall and had even come into close contact with Ken Yi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Ken Yi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the star boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hongchen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the star boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Ken Ye's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, "Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse." Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 Great Demon Formation. In addition, the blood demon Saint Shueli laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the Great Formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hongchen interrupted, "This old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be in existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint's status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the star realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The star realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Kan Yi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the star realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, there were 12 demons saint eyeing them covetously. In addition to Kan Yi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The star realm's side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hongchen asked suspiciously, "According to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him, so why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "This junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth." When Duan Hongchen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization, so that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon, but what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm side would have 1 less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon. Then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hongchen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. "You've done well." Duan Hongchen didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hongchen could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hongchen sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast. Perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen, Duan Hongchen's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the Star Realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hongchen asked. He and Wukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the Star Realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the Star Realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the Star Realm was caught off guard. But now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the 2 worlds. As the passage between the 2 worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the Star Realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued. Previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the star boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the star boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the western territory and are resting in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Duan Hongchen's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the star boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the 2 races has swept across the 2 worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the star boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event." Good, if there is anything I need Senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you. Duan Hongchen continued, "As for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance, I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing." "I trust Senior." Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, "If Senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go, I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again." Yang Kai got up and bowed. Meijio also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hongchen gently waved his hand and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the 2. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hongchen. Through this corridor he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hongchen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Meijio and said, "I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Meijio was startled and immediately reacted, "Master wants to go back?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. What are your plans?" Meijio lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, "Find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible." Yang Kai chuckled. "Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star? Let me give you a ride." This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Meijio's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Meijio suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Meijio anxiously said, "Master, take care." After sending Meijio away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Hyoji reported loudly, "Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the central army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The central army is headed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together. "This humble one greets Master." Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Xiao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out and he said in a deep voice, "Yang Xiao and Yang Xiao, listen to my orders. Take the central army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path." Yang Xiao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yes." Hyoji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai. "Master, the central army's responsibility is to guard Master's side and protect Master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy." "Is that so?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, "Then the 2 of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time." Yang Xiao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Hyoji continued, "Outside the central army, there will be 9 towns of eagle, ox, scorpion, dragon, snake, flower, dragon, and phoenix. Tianfeng town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng town is Lu Yan and the assistant is Su Yan." 2 figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together. "Greetings, Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, "Since the 2 of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them." Lu Yan received the order and answered together with Su Yan. After they left, Hyoji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Shao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix Town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yen and Su Yen. The Soaring Eagle Town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion Town's head was Xie Wei, the Fire Bull Town's head was Shi Lei, the Angry Dragon Town's head was Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox Town's head was Hu Fei, the Falling Flowers Town's head was Du Mi, the Spirit Snake Town's head was Qi Lian, and the Divine Dragon Town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Shao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a third-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank Monster King. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the Seven Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various Monster Kings, Xie Wei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace. After the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Luan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 Monster Kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingtian army, and the army commander of the Bingtian army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Hyoji? Over the past 10 years, Hyoji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Hyoji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Hyoji had talked to Hyoji. On the surface, Hyoji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Hyoji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Hyoji had come to visit, they had to avoid him no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else, just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Hyoji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yao's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Hyoji continued, an army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Hyoji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Hyoji said, "These are the 10 flags that this subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Hyoji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Hyoji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Hyoji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with." To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good, any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing. "Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Hyoji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xie Wei was sitting next to Hua Qingxi. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor chi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "And this is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Hyoji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon his furrowed brows relaxed and he waved his hand at the 2 disciples who were holding the white paper high. The 2 of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large kill character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kill character seemed to have turned into sword lights, slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Hyoji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kill character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live. As long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th-rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Hyoji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon Flag Bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then I will appoint you as the flag bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall." "Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the 2 disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find Hoyu. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone, go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the Demon Territory to eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons." The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ningchang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yan was in Tianfeng town, Shui Yu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shanqing Luo was in Spirit Snake Town, under Qi Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, and Xiaoning Chang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yan's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the Star Boundary's world energy tide, but it was also due to his wives' extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but Yang Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor realm's third order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could Yang Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, Yang Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The Yang family fourth master and Dong Suzhu also knew that after this parting, the dust of the war of the 2 realms would likely settle, so even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word "kill" on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the "kill" banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant "kill" word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Hyoji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw Yang Kai write the word "kill" on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision Yang Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word "kill" was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. "Kill!" Hyoji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The heavens shook and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the High Heaven Palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of "kill." Looking at each other from afar, They knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horse hide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ning Chang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Jiying stood beside her and sighed softly. You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There's no need to worry too much. I want to go with him. Xia Ning Chang bit her lip. Jiying said, Didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield. I know, Xia Ning Chang nodded, but I still want to go with him. Jiying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ning Chang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tong Xian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger. But we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister, Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Jiying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading. But brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain, I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Jiying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now. Brother. Xia Ning Chang looked at him in amazement. Jiying smiled and said, Whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself. Xia Ning Chang was overjoyed. Many thanks, brother. I'll go now? Seeing Jing nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word, kill, written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered and he rushed in that direction. You will definitely return safely. Jiying shouted from behind. I know, brother, you take care too. Xia Ning Chang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground, revealing Xia Ning Chang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai but directly went in front of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, High Heaven Palace's Xia Ning Chang has come to receive orders. Yang Xiao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ning Chang was the youngest among the sisters, so how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ning Chang, gently nodded and said, Enter the ranks. Xia Ning Chang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ning Chang enter the ranks, Su Yan looked up at Yang Kai on the heavenly phoenix town's side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, If you dare to say anything, just try it. Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, Everyone is here. Let's set off. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in midair. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag-bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left?" Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. "Put away the flag." Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long, you have to take care of others. Get the hell in there." Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Seas main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage Emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wu-yi pointed at the sand table and said, "Ding Chou army will be in charge of this spirit array, with Bing Wei army as support. You must ensure that the spirit array operates effectively without any mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, General Master." Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei army will be in charge of this spirit array, and your Ding Chou army will be the support." The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. "If this old master can't do it, do you think you can?" General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy, just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wu-yi said indifferently, "Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the Great Emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the Great Emperors. As long as the Great Emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them." Hearing that this was the decision of the Great Emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bing Wei army was stronger than the elderly man's Ding Chou army and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wu-yi pointed to another place. "This spirit array is..." Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wu-yi smiled slightly. "You're finally here." As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order Emperor realm masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. "Greetings, master. Greetings, seniors." Li Wu-yi reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you're here. And let me introduce you." Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. "This is the Palace Master of the Northern Territories High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other. There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew. Not to mention Li Wu Yang Yan was also present, and there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wildlands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false Emperor Realm Masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Tsang Emo. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Tsang Emo. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Tsang Emo was in the Star Territory. Tsang Emo was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territory's Wu Heng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wu Heng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Heng Luo Star Field, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wu Heng was no match for Tsang Emo, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Tsang Emo to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Tsang Emo saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Tsang Emo was naturally jealous. So after returning to the star boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Qiongqi appeared and beat Tsang Emo into a pig's head. After 2 grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between 2 enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Tsang Emo, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Tsang Emo did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the 2, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the 2. Li Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation were clear about it, but now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything, so he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. The overall situation is more important. Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundary's Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wui introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundary's legions. The main reason was that the division of the astral legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like, "Every generation produces talented people," or, "Heroes emerge from the young," to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Tsang Emo? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these 2 on the battlefield. However, Li Wui smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Hyoji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wui's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Hyoji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Hyoji was in the Wu-In army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Hyoji go no matter what. With Hyoji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu-In army. Old man Fu snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for? What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu-In army's pearl be covered in dust. For the Wu-In army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, Lord Yang, the Wu-In army's GZ army originated from my Wu-In army. Without the Wu-In army, your GZ army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu-In army needs anything on the battlefield, the GZ army is on call at any time." Yang Kai immediately replied. Old man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, "Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer." "No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu." "Ha!" The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts." "Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance." At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, "There are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you." Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, "Then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield." "Don't be in a hurry." Li Wui raised a hand to stop him. "Stay and listen. When the time comes, we'll need your GZ army's help." Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. "What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back." "I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique." Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. "If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower plains? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women?" Yang Inflammation snorted. "You can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking?" Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. "I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was?" "Your old flame." Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. "Ah!" Yang Yan exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. "This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it?" Li Wui shook his head. "There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. You saw Wukong? How did you escape from him? Yang Kai smiled. He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there. That's true, Yang Inflammation nodded. Is Senior Red Dust all right? Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the great emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time? It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the space spirit bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bing Yun nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Kai Yang sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "It's already been resolved." "That's good." Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. "You should have heard what I said just now, right?" Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, "Do we need to wait for the Great Array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds?" He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, "The demon race is brave and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end." Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky and the others. Even Demon Sky Path has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Kan Yi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long, who knows what the situation is on the other side. Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. "You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, We can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive. Yang Kai nodded. Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite. Li Wui chuckled. Exactly. They should be the anxious ones, so we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when astral boundary gains the upper hand. Yang Kai thought for a moment. Then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as astral boundary stability can be maintained, any price is worth it. I understand. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know. Li Wui said, there's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, your GZ army has something to do. Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon race swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Hyoji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders, or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wu In army, Fu Renjia, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu In army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjia's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjia cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjie laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Hyoji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjie said in a low voice, Sangimo. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjie laughed loudly. I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Sang Yimo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Sang Mo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu Renjie said, although I don't know what grudges you have with Sang Yimo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guide Sang Yimo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjie quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingshan army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingshan army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu-yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSKZ. Speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingshan army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, Since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, Just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, With this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. Good, good, good. Fu Renjie took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, You will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. Master Fu, you flatter me. Fu Renjie turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, this old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the Third Order Dao Source Realm from the Emperor Realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it, if I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes, speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjie's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it? I'll try my best. Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want a share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjie laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjie waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjie off, Hyoji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, They quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out. Tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious, and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The Southgate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yen, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. "Master." "Cough, what's the matter?" Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yen said, "I heard that the Bingshan army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me." Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, "Let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun." Previously, in the 7 Missy Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yen had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yen nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yen to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yen fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. "Even if no one saw, you can't be like this." As she spoke, Su Yen ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense?" Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army. So, junior brother, what junior brother?" Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yen changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. "Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor." "Bear with it until when?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yen said in a small voice, "When the dust of the war of the two realms settles." Yang Kai chuckled. "You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched." Su Yen pinched his arm. "Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we are doing this for your own good." Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, all right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right?" He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. Who cares about you? Su Yen nodded in satisfaction. I will make it up to you in the future. Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yen back into his embrace. How will you make it up to me? Su Yen blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. Tell me honestly, who suggested this? I won't tell you. Su Yen shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later. Yang Kai said fiercely. It wasn't her. Don't ask. Su Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yen both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, "Who are you? The Third Day Army's camp is not to be trespassed." As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out and raised her hand. Don't be rude. The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu? Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled. It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations. The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Lu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Lu Xianyun was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored master is full of praise for her. The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yen. Junior sister Lu, you are here for... Yang Kai looked at her. Lu Xianyun said, on the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for master. Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured, Master, please. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you for your trouble. They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Lu Xianyun stopped and turned back. Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master. Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yen. After a while, Lu Xianyun came out with a strange expression. Honored master is not here. Master, please follow me. Yang Kai said, does Senior Bing Yun have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while. Lu Xianyun shook her head. I don't know. Honored master left a message saying that master is here and will take you to another place to see her. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bingchen army. Along the way, they met many Bingchen army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the 3 of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyun was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Lu Xianyun cupped her hands and said, Honored master, the GZ army's Lord Yang has come to visit. Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside. Come in. Lu Xianyun reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yen. Please. Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes.